Hello! Greetings, friendos! How y'all doing? Welcome to the stream, everyone. I hope everyone is having a good day. Apologies for the delay. Like I mentioned to y'all on Discord, I was having my weekly MPL meeting, and that is why we have started later today. At this point, I feel like I need to change my Tuesday stream during MPL, you know, so that, cause like it's every Tuesday, you know, the meeting's every Tuesday. So if it's every Tuesday, then it's always going to cut into my stream time. So maybe during MPL, I need to do my stream at a different day. But we'll talk about that in a little bit. Hello everyone, hello to Kuruel, to Lilo, and to Kai in YouTube. How's everyone doing? Looking smart today in thumbnail. Kai says, thank you, thank you. That's a very old picture actually. That's a picture from like 5 seasons ago. Yeah, I decided, you know what, let's pull out some pictures from like my old photo shoot. Since I've been using my newer photo shoot photos quite a lot already, let's pull something older out. And it makes me think like, was I thinner back then? I probably was thinner. Monday would be tricky, huh? Is it? I was thinking that I would switch it to Monday. That would make the most sense to me. Because if we switch it to Wednesday, then I'd be having a stream Wednesday and Thursday, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It feels like the streams would be a bit too front-loaded into one specific segment of the week. But we can discuss that. Oh, hello to Dark Striker as well. But yes, hello everyone, welcome to the stream. As you guys know, 2 weeks have officially passed in MPL MY Season 15. And those of you who have been here long enough know that I will do a power ranking for all the teams every 2 weeks in MPL. It is all the time. It will be after week 2, it'll be after week 4, and then after week 6. That is the trend. That is the thing that I have always done. That is like literally the only regular feature of this channel. And since week 2 of MPL has just concluded, that means it is time to do a power ranking. Yeah, still no Ding Jiayong, yes, still no DJY. In fact, I'm pretty sure we're not gonna get DJY at this point. There's no confirmation from me because I obviously wouldn't know if the teams actually intend to play him, but the fact that they haven't played him makes me really think that like, okay, they just got him to be some like kind of a brand ambassador situation. It's not the first time. It is not the first time it has happened where they just have like a player who is meant to be a brand ambassador rather than a player. Like we've had many instances of it across past seasons. I think people are just a little bit disappointed this time because like DJY is one of the higher profile peeps we've had who actually plays the game, and then he actually said he gave the impression that he was going to play, right? I think the difference is for like a lot of the other like brand ambassadors joining as players in the past is that they didn't give off the impression that they were going to like be a player, right? Comparatively, DJY gave off the impression that he was going to play. So I think that's why a lot of people were kind of disappointed at the fact that he didn't play, right? But yeah, Okay, so anyways, we are gonna be doing our usual thing today. Hold on, yeah. We're gonna be doing our usual thing today. Kuruel, how did you make that? How did you make that emote? How did you do that? How did you put that emote with like the little diss under my face? How did you do that? I've not seen that before. What? I know that modify emote. Oh, is that how it works? Wait, is that how the modify emote works? I've never actually played around with it before. Damn, okay. That's cute actually. That works. That actually works quite well. Oh my god, even the Hu Tao was. Wait, did she have the hand there before? No, you added Pudgy. You added eyebrows. Amazing, dude. I didn't know that. I never actually knew what the fudging modify emote thing did. That's amazing. That's actually great. Good shit. But yes, we are gonna be doing our tier list today. Anything to talk about? Just put DJY to MAL. The thing is, like, in the end, playing in a professional league is very different. I'm not sure how actively DJY would be able to continue making his content if he actually tried to be a pro player, you know? Like, it's not easy. It really is not easy. Oh yeah, Yatri has joined Chiku Guy's esports, right? Yeah. That was not meant. I did not intend to do that. Yeah, pun. I just actually did that subconsciously and then realized afterwards. Those aren't eyebrows, those are glasses? Oh yeah, they are. But they look like eyebrows because of the way they're positioned, lol. Amazing. They are glasses. Amazing. Oh my god, you can even squish me. What the fudge? Alright. Wide though. Very nice. Yes. Very nice indeed. Let's see. Anything to bring up to y'all since last time? Well, as you guys can probably tell, I have been very hard at work. I have been working very hard, guys. I have actually been producing content. I don't know how long I'll be able to keep it up because this is a lot of work, but I have been doing it. I've been working hard, guys. Are y'all proud of me? I've been working hard. I've been putting my all. Like, hold on. Let me just like bring it up. Why not? Like, look at my TikTok. Look at how many TikToks I've released in the past like week or so. The past like 2 weeks. Like, damn, look at all that. Like, I know that there's people out there who produce more. I know that there's people out there who definitely do more content, but like, considering it's me, you know, considering my track record, I am kind of impressed with like how much stuff I have been putting out. Also, how is this tier list? How the fudge is this tier list over here? Right? My second most viewed TikTok of all time now. It's at 90k. My most viewed TikTok of all time is this one down here, where I was reacting to fudging Innocent. His fudging outplay versus CFU. And it's like only 4k difference. How has this happened? How did a tier list get this high up? Like, what the fudge? I guess people just like power scaling or some shit. But none of my other tier lists in the past have gone this far up. Like, what's up with that? Oh, Valir could go eat Vale's. Well, we haven't seen Valir in MPL MY yet, but I am aware of the fact that he has been played in MPL PH. So, my tier list, guys, my tier list is correct. In fact, if I'm not wrong, we will have access to Kimmy and Glue very soon. In fact, I don't think we actually have to wait the 2 weeks. Right? Like, normally it's 2 weeks after a hero is revamped, but I think we might get them this week, actually. So if we get them this week, I will be able to see how accurate I am, because like Valir has seen pro play, Fredrin has seen pro play, Yisun Shin not yet. These two, once they become available, we can see. Then we have like Novaria, who's been played, Natan has been played. So, good shit, good shit. Psycho Cypher, there's a tier list, I think I missed it. Nah, I haven't done it yet. I'm gonna get started soon, because we did start our stream a little bit late today, because I was doing stuff. I was having an MPL meeting, so we started stream later today, so I haven't gotten started on the tier list yet, but all good. Here it is. Here's the tier list, people. Let me make it larger so that you guys could see. Let me hold on. Do that. Too many duplicate teams? No, it's because okay, so for like Kuruel and Lilo and like some of y'all only really started being active viewers this season, right? So you guys don't actually know how my tier list usually works, right? So what I do is I have 4 tiers. I have 4 tiers of this tier list. And basically, I will rank all the teams strongest to weakest from left to right. So I actually need one team logo for each tier. Right? That's why I have 4 of each of them. Right? I'm gonna rank them all like from like overall early game, mid game, late game. Lilo does know? Okay. I can't remember who knows and who doesn't know, but just to give you guys some context on things, then yeah, you know. Oh my god, it's DJY. Yo! Hello, sir. What are you doing here? Welcome to the stream, sir. OB, yes. We will rank these teams fairly. We will definitely rank these teams fairly. Which unfortunately most likely means OB is going at the bottom. Like, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it for you. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it for anyone here. OB is almost definitely the bottom team. Right? Like, oh, there was some sus stuff right there. Why is my hair so weird today? It feels like it's messier than usual. No way. Oh my god, though. It's DJY. Who else? Lol. But yes, how you been, DJY, sir? Will we ever get... I will play on week. You will play on week? Okay, okay. When you gonna play, Mr. DJY, sir? When is your official MPL debut? Why is my hair so weird? Why is my hair sticking out like that? Secret, he says. Man, not about to tell us what the plan is for the DJY gameplay. I see how it is. DJY Cat, by the way, good evening, sir. Stuff. Hello, Mac. Welcome back once again. But yes, we're gonna be doing our Week 2 power rankings. It's been quite a while since I did my last power ranking because there was quite a big gap between this season and the last season. So it's been a while since I've done this. But I think there's probably going to be some teams that are a little bit difficult to rate compared to some of the others. Cause, yeah. But anyway, we're gonna officially get going, right, peeps? So welcome everyone. We are going to be rating our MPL Malaysia Season 15 teams. We're gonna do the power ranking for Week 2. And then we're gonna rank all of the teams based on their overall positionings, how strong I think they are in the early game, the mid game, and the late game, right? So we've gotten about 2 weeks of gameplay so far from all of these teams. And I think that is enough for me to get a good grasp of like some of their capabilities, but there's still definitely going to be some things that are difficult, like especially around the middle point, because ordinarily it's pretty easy to tell like the top 2 and bottom 2 teams when I do these power rankings. But I feel like top 2 is a bit rough this season because SRG is definitely on top. But I don't feel like there's an obvious second place. Normally there's at the very least an obvious second place, and sometimes when I'm lucky there's an obvious third place. But I feel like there's only an obvious first place this season. So I got my work cut out for me a little bit here, and we're just gonna go through and see. Oh, hello Kojo. The YouTube thumbnail though, I think it's a bit messy. I probably could have done a better one, but I had a meeting. I could only do so much. But yes, alright, so I have Wikipedia pulled up. I have Wikipedia pulled up so that I can refer to like the the match. Maybe I should zoom in on this for y'all too. Yeah, let me zoom in on this for y'all. So I have Wikipedia up. I should have pulled up. Hold on, let me pull up Facebook. Let me pull up the MPL MY page so that I can look at the team rosters again. It's so good though, is it? I feel like it's a bit messy. I feel like my older thumbnails have been a little bit better comparatively. Hold on, where's the team rosters? I'm gonna have to scroll back a little bit here, cause like we have about 2 weeks of stuff. Also, by the way, just in case you guys know how usually when it comes to MPL MY, whenever we usually have like 1 or 2 transfer window periods, right? It's usually something like week 2 and then week 4 or 5 or something like that. But I think it's a bit different this season, right? I think this season the transfer window is different because I believe transfer window is open from week 2 until week 5, if I'm not wrong. I can't remember if they've announced it anywhere, but from what I recall, it is just open. Like, we're going to, like, basically there are going to be player transfers available almost every week. So we might see some new faces this week. I don't know if we will. If the teams decide, okay, we need to do a switch up, you know, but basically they can do it anytime, I think. Your FB recommended is funny AF. I don't even know, man. Your suited photo was goated. Ah, that's it's an old photo. You're not the first one to say like it's a good photo. It is an old photo, man. That's from 5 seasons ago. That's like what? Over 2 years ago? Man, I was slim. But yes, okay, so we'll have Wikipedia open for reference, we'll have the team rosters open for reference, and then I am going to, as per usual, give my honest opinion on these teams. Let me make my camera a little larger, actually. Yeah, let me make my camera a little larger for this, since like I don't think we need to see that much of the screen anyway. Hold on. Yeah, let me just make my face a little larger. Why not? Get like something's up with my camera. Never mind. You know what? I'll leave it like this. This is fine. You still look the same in the photo. Still very handsome. Thank you. Overall, we already know who's in first. Yeah, I think so. Anyway, let's just go through this one by one. Let me turn the background music down a little bit more. And then let's get started with our team power rankings for week 2. And we will kick off with the very, very obvious SRG, right? Like, they're obviously gonna be in position for now because there's no other teams for me to arrange them by, but I highly doubt we're going to see anyone overtake them anywhere outside of early. I'm gonna look through the teams. I don't think any team is beating SRG in mid and late game, and they're obviously first overall. The only place where I think SRG might lose to another team is in the early game. That has always been their weakness. Like, SRG really needs to lock in their early game. Once they lock in their early game, you know, I think they will be so much stronger. Because oftentimes, SRG is not able to snowball. You will very rarely see SRG OG snowball off of early game. Right? They usually snowball off of mid game, actually. They're still pretty strong early, they're pretty solid, but I wouldn't consider them like particularly effective in terms of early game aggro unless they're specifically playing an early game comp, right? Besides that, SRG's typical playstyle is like, you know, farm early, stay pretty simple, stay pretty like consistent, make sure they're not caught out too much, choose their engagements properly. And then once the mid game comes around, they have some of the best team fighting in the fudging in the world, if you ask me personally. You know, they're definitely not an early game team. Kurel is correct. They are not an early game team, right? It's like all of these players are still so good. Innocent is insane, man. How is Innocent so consistent for so long? How is he always the guy? This guy is the GOAT, man, and he's not even Malaysian. This is the MY GOAT, and he's not even Malaysian, man. It's like insane. I do think that some of the SRG players haven't been performing the best. I think Cram's doing an okay enough job as the captain. The shot calling is pretty good. He does his job as always. I've always liked Cram's position in the EXP lane. I feel like the way he plays it is pretty good. Very flexible. Does his job properly. I do think our local mid trio hasn't been the best. Alright? I think Skies has been solid enough, but hasn't really been popping off the same way he used to. Maybe like the hero pool isn't quite the same as he used to play. Stormy is alright, but I feel like gets caught out more than he used to. He always used to have such a good KDA, and nowadays I don't really see it much anymore. And then Yums is alright. I think Yums doesn't do anything too wrong in particular, but at the same time, I feel like I wish I could see a little more from him. I feel like that's what I've been missing from Yums, like, yeah. But besides that, like, SRG is still plenty fudging strong, you know? The conversation is still there. TNC is a place for good people to gather, not perform as a team and then become imports, right? Right? Like, how does that even happen? I don't even know. I don't even know how. But yes, SRG is definitely gonna be #1 in overall. Most likely #1 mid and late. We will see how they do early when we put more teams up on the board. But for now, since they're the only team that we've rated, they'll go up here. Next up, okay. Next up, JP Niners. Little concerning JP Niners. So they lost 2-0 to Homeboys. Previously, we also saw them lose to Ray. And they've only played 2 matches so far, so they don't have the most information on them just yet. But this is a team that has been incredibly disappointing. Oops, I should close my TikTok. Where is Niners? Here's Niners. This is a team that by all means should have a lot of potential, and yet we are not seeing it. Honestly, I'm gonna say right now, I want to see ZQT play instead of Warlord. I want to see ZQT instead of Warlord. Like, Warlord has not been performing the same way I hoped. And it's not just Warlord, it's basically everyone here. Everyone here has not been performing as good as I'd hoped. Alright, Zaidan is newish, so I can give him a bit of a pass. But I'm not seeing the same aggression from Lolil. Maybe he's playing a bit more disciplined now, but it also means that he's not really finding much success, even with the farm in the goal lane. Then, Maul. Maul. I used to love Maul. Ever since he became a roam, he's been so underwhelming, and he still feels underwhelming. Then Sapat, he does alright, but very up and down. JP Niners is entirely up and down to me. But all of these players are veterans. They all have experience other than Zaidan, right? These are all players that should know their way around the MPL stage, should be able to play somewhat good. And it's not like they play bad, it's just like really lackluster, you know? I'm not really seeing anything from the JP Niners. I'm not really identifying much of an identity. Their early game is not bad, I'll say right now. Early game is probably their strongest point. Then it just slowly teeters off more and more, which is weird because Lolil has always been such a good like late game farming carry. It's like, huh? You know? It's like, what happened? And then, even after, I'll say right now, even though I have been disappointed with all of these players, the ones I am most disappointed by are the coaches. That's right, I'm calling it out right now. Pobs and Antagonists brought Homeboys to champion in Season 12, and Pobs has remained consistent with Vamos ever since. What are they drafting? Their drafts are not good. Just straight up. It's just straight up not good. You know? Not at all what I would expect from this duo, and not at all what I would even expect from Pops himself. I don't understand it. Like, yes, I can get it when teams decide, okay, let's experiment a little bit with the draft, right? A lot of teams have experimented, especially when they're ahead. But this is not experimenting. This is just consistently not good. Right? Right? It's just like, why? What is happening with the drafting? If the players themselves are already playing a little bit lackluster, the draft is just making it bad. Right? That's what I'm going to say right now. That's straight up what I'm going to say. I'm still going to hold their fudging week 1 loss against them. They should have won this series. They could have clean swept this series for sure. And they did not. They got effed by Team Ray. And then they got effed even harder by Homeboys. It's like, damn, dude. Seriously? You know, like, I am really like, I'm really disappointed with JP Niners. Like, obviously, they're only the second team we're rating, so they're still gonna be here, but they definitely all fall behind SRG OG. Again, I feel like JP is probably strongest in the early game, and even then, it's not very notable. They just feel like lackluster throughout. You know, it just kind of feels lackluster throughout. Maybe mid-game as well. I'd say maybe the early mid-game is okay. Late game, I don't really see much happening. So yeah, for now they're gonna be on here. But let's move on to the next team. And unfortunately, it's yet another disappointment. Aero Esports. Let's have a look. Aero Esports has played only 2 matches as well, so these two teams don't have a lot of information for me. They lost the Homeboys, but they won against Ray. And honestly speaking, I don't feel like they should have won against Ray. I'm gonna be honest, I don't feel like they should have won against Ray, but good on them, you know? At the very least, they were able to find that. I think Ray got a little bit too ahead of themselves when they tried to experiment with their draft. So, yeah, but Aero Esports is a team that I thought could be a dark horse. I had a thought that, like, hey, maybe this can be a dark horse team. I had a lot of faith in Kim. I figured Rindo and Kosei should be able to make some things happen. Zkeef and Reza have a lot to prove, obviously, as new players coming in from MAL. And in the same way as JP Niners, they have been lackluster. The only difference between Aero Esports and JP Niners is that Aero Esports is not actively sabotaging themselves. I can't believe I have to say that about an MPL team, man. I cannot believe that is what I have to say about an MPL team, because it's true. Aero Esports, you can tell they're trying. They just haven't really found that synergy yet, and I think they could have the potential to get better over time with a little bit more experience. Comparatively, JP Niners is just griefing. They're griefing. So, unfortunately, because, like, Aero Esports has not played many games. And it just so happens that both of the games they played were not during days I was casting. So I wasn't able to look too deeply into their overall gameplay style, unfortunately. Right? Like, this is probably the team that I have the least info about across the entire league. Because they're the only team that I have never casted, I think. Yeah, I think I've casted every team besides Aero Esports at least once. So I don't actually know where Aero Esports is the strongest. I just don't really see very much from them. You know, I feel like I don't see very much from them. I think that they are probably the weakest team early. They are the most passive early game team. And then they get a little better across the rest of the game. So I would say they are weaker than JP9ers. I think I'm gonna have them be the weakest early game team, even including OB. Right? I'm gonna say right now, I think including OB, Arrow is probably the weakest early game. But OB has high highs and low lows in the early game. Whereas Arrow is a little bit more consistent. So that is what I will basically say about them. Besides that, unfortunately, I don't have a lot to think about this team. Like, genuinely. I will say they're probably like this though, because Niners are just like, I'm so disappointed with the Niners. It's like, some of their gameplay is even sus. I think Arrow Esports just doesn't really stand out in any particular way, but they're okay enough that I can put them above JP9ers, you know? They're completely lackluster to the point that I don't really remember anything like outstanding about them. But at the very least, they are not actively trying to harm themselves with the draft or in their gameplay. They just play a little bit too safe. So I can definitely put them above JP9ers. Alright, we'll go with that. Next up, after two teams that have disappointed me at the start of the MPL season. Hold on. Let me adjust the screen a little bit. I realize there's a little bit of my purple sticking out at the top. Okay. After two teams that have disappointed me quite a bit for the first 2 weeks, we have a team that has greatly impressed me. And I'm sure they have greatly impressed everyone else as well. Homeboys! Homeboys! I knew that this team had potential. I rated them fairly well when I did my preseason ranking. But they have surpassed all expectations. They have really surpassed all expectations. Homeboys are looking good! They're looking good, man. Like, they beat Arrow, which isn't much of an achievement. They beat JP9ers, which unfortunately also isn't much of an achievement. They did also beat DXS, but it was a little bit difficult. So it's a bit hard to completely rate them because they haven't fought any of the like big guns just yet, right? They haven't fought against SRG or MB or Todak, but they have done really, really well in the games that we have actually watched from them, right? I right now genuinely think that during their high moments, Homeboys has better synergy than SRG. Right? Straight up. There are some moments. SRG is obviously more consistent, but Homeboys is doing such a good job. You know, Izanami, happy for you, boy. Happy for this man right here. Our Prince of Mages having a good roamer to play around, you know? Ivan is, I love the way Ivan goes in. I love the way that the Vel goes in too. Ivan and Vel are such good investments, you know? Compare Ivan and Vel to Rindo and Kosei is like, oh damn, you know, like, good shit. Yeah, they've been doing pretty good since Biala Esports, but I specifically chose not to watch Biala Esports so that I could be surprised when the new season started. And well, I consider me surprised, right? I knew Melcuti would be pretty solid. I knew Izanami would be pretty solid. I didn't know how good Ivan and Vel would mesh in with them, but they've meshed in. Ava, also not doing too badly. I think he is still a little bit stunted by his hero pool, but I like that they're putting him on different heroes, you know? We've gotten to see him play tanks, fighters, and assassins now. And while he's not like super high level on all of them, the ones that he is on is very solid, you know? Every single one of these players has very good independent micro mechanics. And they're able to play together, too. It's like, good shit, you know? That's what we want to see. But you know who has impressed me the most? Coach Erpang. I'll say it right now, Homeboys drafting was the best out of any team in week 2. Now, SRG had good drafting, yes. But Homeboys was actively sabotaging their opponent's drafting. It's like, oh, I love it. I loved watching Homeboys draft so much. It was so smart, right? They're able to play around pocket picks. They're able to bait heroes. They're able to bait bans. It's like, oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. This is what we want to see. This is what we want to see, guys. Like, oh, Homeboys made me so happy this week. I think Homeboys made a lot of us very happy this week. This is just a solid team. Early game's good, mid game's good, late game's good. Like, oh, so happy. I'm actually so happy with this team. I am so happy with this team. Like, they're still gonna be behind SRG overall, but like, they are leagues better than the other two in any other category. Like, I even want to consider giving Homeboys like stronger early game than SRG. That's the extent that I'm like looking at. It's like, do I want to go that far? You know, is it fair to go that far? It's tough. It's tough. Oh man. Probably not quite, but close. These two are close, actually. Genuinely, these two are close in the early game. SRG is still stronger than them in the mid and late game, but like, ooh, very nice. Very nice. So overall, Homeboys sits very comfortably over here. I think I'm very happy to put them here. And I'm very happy with what they've done so far. I hope they keep it up. Because, yes, it is also true that Homeboys has only really fought like the weaker teams so far. So I want to see what happens when they fight a stronger team. Which, funnily enough, still isn't going to happen this next week. Their next opponent is Team Ray. Well, like, the time we actually get to see Homeboys play against like stronger teams is week 4. Yeah, like week 4, week 5, you know? It's like Todak's here, Vamos is here, SRG is here, you know? I'm looking forward to those. I hope Homeboy stays consistent, especially with their drafting. Their drafting makes me happy. Their drafting makes me so happy. It makes me feel smart when I see what they're doing. Alright, next up, a team that was a little disappointing. We have Monster Vicious. So Monster Vicious has played against Todak. They beat Todak pretty handily. And then they lost to SRG pretty handily. Which a lot of us weren't really expecting. Like, I think a lot of us knew that SRG was probably going to win. But we thought that MV would put up more of a fight. And they did not do that. Which is a little unfortunate. Little bit unfortunate. MV has kept most of their team intact, right? These are all players that we know. These are all players that we expect to do fairly well. I really like the plays that Nova Escobar made last week. I think Nova Escobar set up some really good plays, and Uni was doing a plenty good job on the assassins he was playing. But besides that, the rest were not the best. Xeno was a little lackluster, but he still did his job. I think the same goes for Roundel. I think Roundel was doing his job perfectly fine. But in the SRG game, I'll say it right now. Ruff was throwing. Ruff was griefing his team against SRG. And I don't know why. MV specifically picked Moskov for him 2 games in a row during their first pick phase. And man just kept jumping into spear of destructions that he had no business jumping in for. Like, why? Straight up, there was one fight in the fucking Lord Pit. He Spear of Destruction in and tried to take a 1v3 while the rest of his team was retreating. and then just kept making mistakes over and over again is like, what? This is not the Rock we know. This is not the player that we expect from MV. What happened? Was he too nervous? Is that the problem? Was MV genuinely having stage fright when they were up against SRG again, you know? Was there too much pressure for them to recreate their victory from last season? I don't know. But it was not the same MV. In fact, it's not even the same MV from week 1. The MV that played against Todak is not the MV that played against SRG. There is a fucking mountain of difference to the point where I don't even know how to rate them anymore. It's like, what? What happened? What happened is my question. It's like, hello? Didn't Ruff play in this venue as his debut venue? I don't really remember. I know that like a lot of the... I know that like I think Skies actually did, if I remember correctly. Like the classic SRG players, I think they started in Stadium Juara, but I don't really remember Ruff. The thing is, he's supposed to be really consistent. Ruff has been a pretty good goal laner, a pretty good young goal laner in MPL for a couple of seasons. This was one of his worst performances I've ever seen. He played worse against SRG than I think he did during his debut. I don't know if he had like the weight of the world on him or like something was going on, but as a result, MV just kind of flatlined, which is really disappointing. Hold on. I wanna pull up the games real quick. I wanna like remember specifically what happened. Why are there two? Oh, they're different channels, lol. I wanna just pull up the game and like have a quick look again. I can't remember if MV was winning at any point against SRG. The only point I can think of is, of course, you know, early game, right? But it doesn't really feel like they managed to do that either. Did they? Am I remembering wrongly? Yeah, not really. They weren't really winning early either. Albion ads is so annoying. Yeah. Like, Uni was doing a good enough job. Nova was setting up well. I think this first game, their draft was a bit hard to execute. Genuinely, they had a hard to execute draft in game 1. So that was already putting them in a disadvantage against SRG. But yeah, it doesn't really look like they just straight up outperform SRG at any like particular state of the game. Even in the early game. Like, even in the early game, I wasn't seeing like active movements or rotations and stuff, and yeah, it's just I am a little sad with this one. I am. MV, in fact, I'm gonna put the early game behind Homeboys. The late game is behind Homeboys for this first week for sure. In fact, you know what? I think they're behind Homeboys. They're just straight up behind Homeboys. Homeboys had way better team fighting at every phase of the game. Like, so such a missed opportunity. Such a missed opportunity. This is the only team that took a series off of SRG OG in MPL MY in the regular season for the last year. You know? The only other team that won a series against SRG was Todak in the season 14 playoffs. The only team that ever beat them in the last year of MPL MY during the regular season was Monster Vicious. It's like, damn, MV is messy, not what I wanted from what I saw last season, right? They're still better than Aero and JP, of course, but they are lower than I would have hoped. They really are lower than I would have hoped, which is so sad. Right? It makes me wonder how they... Oh, wait, no, yeah. They beat Todak in week 1 when they were playing D and Hazelnut. I'm gonna say right now, current Todak would beat MV. Yanlord Sihin Todak would beat MV. Like, oh my god, it was so bad. And speaking of Todak, let's move on to Todak. Week 1 Todak, a little lackluster. You know, they lost to MV in a pretty one-sided fashion. But then they swept Ray and OV. And again, this is a bit hard to judge because Ray and OV are not really like the strongest teams right now for a good testing ground. But you can really see the difference between Hazelnut D and Yanlord Sihin. In fact, Yanlord was fucking dumpstering people. Yanlord was styling on people this week. Dude was stalking them so hard that they're gonna have to take out a restraining order on him. Like, oh my god, I love it. I love what I was seeing from Yanlord. It's like insane. Like, hold on, where's Todak? Here's Todak, yes. This is such a good setup, you know? And honestly, Sihin's been doing a good enough job. But I haven't seen enough from Sihin. I need to see Sihin pushed into a corner. He has not been pushed into a corner yet, because so far when he's played, Todak has dominated the game so much with the rest of his team, and he basically doesn't need to do anything. He just needs to farm, make sure he doesn't lose lane, and just stand there and attack people. Because his team is setting up for him so well otherwise, right? So I haven't seen enough yet from Sihin, but he still feels a little bit more consistent than D right now, so I will give him that. Zayed is still doing a good job. Yanlo is doing amazing. Zaim Senpo is doing good. Momo is doing good. I think Todak has just been solid, you know? Their drafts haven't been anything too special, but good enough, right? And I have definitely seen some efforts in like attempting to like try some stuff here and there. So I gotta give Todak props. I think Todak is doing an excellent job. And I would put them here. I genuinely would put them here. You know, I think their early game, especially with Yanlord around, is actually pretty scary, right? Like, is it better than Homeboys? I kind of feel like it is. I feel like Todak has a pretty scary early game going for them to the extent where I feel like they could actually like give SRG a potential run for their money. I really want to watch that actually, because that match is coming up, right? That's gonna be the match on day 2 of week 3, SRG versus Todak. Like, hoo. I want to see that, because like right now, the only teams that have a chance of maybe denying SRG OG a perfect season is Todak and Homeboys to me. Like, these are the 2 teams that I feel like have a chance. Let's see. Late game's pretty solid, mid game's pretty solid. How do they compare to the Homeboys? Homeboys, like, who? This is tough. It's actually a bit of a tough one between them and Homeboys. Early game, I'd consider them stronger than Homeboys. In fact, I'm wondering if I do this, right? This is what I'm wondering about. As for the mid and late game, it's tough. It is tough, actually. Both these teams have been doing really good this week. And I haven't really gotten the chance to see exactly how well they match up against each other, since it just so happens that both of them have been facing slightly weaker teams on average. Alright, let's see. Sihin versus Mel QT. I feel like I would want to give it to Mel QT, but the rest of Todak does such a good job of like playing around. Okay. Ooh, this is tough. This is tough, actually. Yeah, I knew that this particular one was probably going to be difficult. I had a feeling that this particular one would be difficult. Todak was against Ray and OB. Their early game is good. The problem is, in both these games, Todak snowballed, right? The reason that Todak won was because they dominated early game so much, they just fucking snowballed. You know what? Just to make it interesting, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make it interesting. Let's put Todak all the way up there. Then, I do still feel like Homeboys have a bit of an edge otherwise. So I might do this. I think I might do this. Just because like these two particular teams are like mid-game specialized. Right? I feel like these two, like SRG and Homeboys, are very mid-game specialized. Homeboys, yeah, I think that's fair. I would have actually done this, but I think Homeboys actually lost early game to DX Seoul when they played against them. So I'll put them here. I think Todak being slightly behind Homeboys in the mid to late game is perfectly fine. You know what? Yeah, I'm happy with this. MV still has 4 in a row. Maybe they're the gatekeepers now. Maybe they are like just gatekeeping the rest. Alright, Team Ray. Team Ray had a pretty strong start. They put up a fight against Vamos and won against JP, but then they lost to Arrow and Todak. Losing the Todak is somewhat expected because Todak has really been doing well, but losing the Arrow messes with my calculations a little bit. Team Ray is 100% early game team. This is one of the most obvious early game teams we have in the entire league, actually. They drop off quite hard the later the game goes. I think Trap tries. You know, like, Trap is meant to be their late game insurance, and he definitely does a good enough job, but that's really all he's got, right? I think Dinesh is still lackluster. I think Lazir is actually not too bad, but a little bit dependent on his team. Virgie is okay. The EXP lane is a problem. I'm gonna say it right now. Team Ray's EXP lane is a problem. Cause Iris, I don't know what's going on. He's playing like shit. I'm gonna be frank, Iris is playing like shit. Maybe it's just like the meta is not suited for the sort of aggro EXP laners that he wants to play anymore, but he was not doing very good. Eevee was actually performing a little better on more like utility EXP laners. And even then, it's not quite enough. Yeah, it's a total opposite of SRG's situation. Like, Team Ray genuinely has a pretty good early game. But then they drop off a cliff. I would put their early game in, like, around here. Do I wanna be weird? The thing is, okay, so here's my dilemma. I feel like Team Ray has a slightly better early game than Homeboys. Homeboys might have a slight You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. Because Team Ray is so early game specialized that I feel like I have to put them up here. In fact, I could even do this, but I'm not gonna do that because I feel like that's a bit too much. But then they really start dropping off. I think their mid game is okay, right behind MV. Okay, like right here. I think I'll put them right here. This is where I would put them. Yeah. I think that's fair. We have such a weird early game skew. I feel like some of our teams have really weird early game skews, you know? And then after that, they just, you know? Yeah, the 4 in a row is gone on MV, so hooray! But yeah, this is where I put Team Ray. I do think they still have potential, but they gotta fix some issues. They definitely have issues they need to fix. I think their drafts could afford to be a bit better. And then they are a little bit too reliant on a singular style of gameplay. It works for them, they're used to playing it, so they're better at doing so than teams like OB, for example. But it's not creative enough. They're overly reliant on their like early game spike. And they do good if they're able to snowball, but then that's about it. Right? But yeah, that's what I'll do for Team Ray. Then we have Team Vamos. Who did they play against? OB. But Vamos has only played 3 games. They lost against SRG, 1 against Ray, 1 against OB. The thing is, the teams that have played against Ocean Black give me no information. I do not get any information from the games that teams are playing against Ocean Black. Just because they are that bad. I'm sorry, Ocean Black. You guys are bad. Oh my god. Hello, Kairu. Welcome to the stream once again. How you doing? But yes, Vamos is, okay. You know what I said in the recap about like Nets not pulling his weight? Unfortunately, Vamos has not given me any sign that he has improved, right? Because OB is such an easy opponent. Fudge, I wish they played against a different team. Fudge, I wish they played against a different team. I have no information from this game. 0! I gain nothing! Vamos actually used to be similar to SRG in being more of a mid to late game team, but they were better than SRG in the early game. Now, their late game is bad. I'm sorry, Nets. I do not see you doing anything. I genuinely do not see Nets playing a good game. Straight up. Sihin is doing better than you, and this is his first season. Think about it this way: Vamos lost 1 game to DX, right? Like, we have to say Homeboys also lost 1 game to DX. I think that speaks more to DX than to Vamos, but like, damn, dude. Wait, did they play against DX? No, they haven't. Their game against DX is next. Oh wait, no, you mean in IESF, right? Honestly, DX is doing a great job. I have a lot to say about them after this. Oh, Kyrie is curious about MPL MY because the only thing I know is DJY is now a pro player. I think he's probably just a brand ambassador. I think that's probably what's happening. Imagine losing to a public jungler. Hi. I mean, new talent is popping up all the time. That's the thing. Netspresso equals best positioning I've ever seen. Fudge Vamos, man. Come on, man. Okay. Vamos has a bad late game now. Who did Vamos lose 1 game to again? It was Ray. They lost 1 game to Ray because Ray snowballed. Again, if Ray can get a snowball, they actually do a fucking good job. Vamos loses so much steam over the course of the game, it's insane. Error 404 breathes some nice new life into the team, I will say. Vamos is a mid-game team. This is a mid-game team. Early mid-game. Early mid-game is Vamos' power spike. Late game is bad. Oh, I'm sorry, please, like, replace Nets. They need to replace Nets. He has not been performing. He wasn't performing in M6. He wasn't performing last season. I have never been this outwardly vocal about a player, and I used to like Nets because like I actually appreciated how loud and brash he was, you know, with his taunts and everything, and how he's acclimated to Malaysia. But this is unforgivable. He has not improved. I've not seen improvement. Unless he suddenly improves in week 3, I don't think he's the right pick. I'm sorry, Nets. I'm so sorry. I always avoid trying to be this harsh about any one player, but Nets does not have the leeway of being like new to MPL, or even new to MPL MY, or even new to international. It's unforgivable. The only player that I think was worse than Nets last week was Ruff. And that's because he was actively griefing. Oh! Ah! Fine! I'll clip this and say MPL MY caster voices opinion on Vamos. Shit, dude. Honestly, if you clip this, I don't know if I'll get in trouble. But at the same time, I feel like people need to know. I feel like people need to know what I think. Cause like, oh my god. Anyway, where am I gonna rate Vamos? Their early game is pretty solid. Like, they do have pretty good early game. I would put their mid game... You know what? I'll put their mid game here. Mid game is their strongest point. Early game is behind Team Ray. Late game is behind Monster Vicious, I think. In fact, I might even put them this far. Fudge. No, I'll put them here because their macro is better than Team Ray. They have better macro than Team Ray, so like, yeah, I'll put them there late game. Yeah, I think this is fine. Oh, hello, Jechun. You want me to join along the discussion? Nah, when it comes to power rankings are me. Power rankings are my own time. That is something I will not give up. So, they are here. This is where I would put them. Ah, how the mighty have fallen. To think! Old homeboys is losing the new homeboys. Amazing. Alright, next up. A team that I honestly want to talk about of it. DX Seoul. DX Seoul has been impressing me. Like, I thought like, okay, they're only a little bit better than OB when they like had a hard time against OB in week 1. But then after that, they actually didn't do all that badly against SRG, considering the difference in power levels, and they took a game from homeboys. I actually think DX Seoul has a lot of potential. This is a team with a lot of potential. Like, they do have some veterans to lead them, right? I think Rasi and Stome are doing a good job, and then Sky Z has had some MPL experience before. So that helps a little bit. Kimin and Siska are also not doing a bad job at all, really. DX Seoul has this tenacity to them, right? They have this like youthful aggression. Where it's like, they are fighting you until the end, you know? This is a team that's not willing to give up. And they will find those opportunities. They will create those opportunities. You know, they haven't been able to find like a super good degree of success, but I am genuinely impressed with what DX Seoul has shown so far. And I think this might be, yeah, I think DX Seoul leans more into a mid to late game team. Their early game is not bad, don't get me wrong. Their early game actually isn't that bad, but they lean more into mid-late game, right? I think that's the reason why they've been able to like drag games out against teams and just generally like push for victories even against like stronger competitors. They know how to play the game. And that's impressive for an MAL team. Remember, Ocean Black won MAL. DX Seoul was second place. Let that sit in your head for a moment. Like, how did this happen? You know? Yeah, you're confused, right, Kuruel? Ocean Black won MAL. They are the team that got the direct ticket into MPL. DX Seoul had to beat Team Hack. They were second place. They had to fight Team Hack, who was 9th place from MPL last season, to earn their slot. And they are doing so much better. I'll argue Tio is a good effing coach. Honestly, he's doing a good job. I think DX Seoul actually has good drafts, you know? And I think that's helping them a lot. Their late game will still lose out to a lot of like the top teams for sure. But that, I think, is actually one of their strongest points. Their mid game is probably somewhere down here. But once you get into late game, there is a tenacity in this team. Genuinely a tenacity in this team that makes me want to put them all the way up here. Right? Do you guys agree? Do you guys think this, like, I genuinely think they're up here, late game. Their early game is alright. I'd actually put them in front of Monster Vicious, actually. Are they here? Am I putting DX above MV? That can't be right. That doesn't feel right. No. Surely not. Surely they're not above MV. I don't think so, no. But they're I put them above MV in late and early game. Ugh. What do you guys think? And this is always the difficult part of doing the power ranking on week 2. I just don't have enough info. Since you did that, DX should be above MV. The thing is, there have been cases in the past where even though a team is above another in 2 categories, I actually put them weaker overall. Because like in those situations, it's usually in the mid game. Right? Because I consider mid game as having like the overall biggest impact in that specific meta. But in this meta, almost every phase feels important, right? So mid game is no longer weighted as heavily as it used to. That would give me the excuse to do that. Man, am I putting DX above Monster Vicious? Oh my god! You know, I am putting DX above Monster Vicious. Alright, fudge it! We're gonna be controversial! I'm gonna do it. Just based off of their first 2 weeks of performance, I'm putting DX above Monster Vicious. Alright. Last team. Alright, we're done. No, I'm kidding. Let's at the very least properly talk about this team, right? So they took one game. They took one game against DX. And then after that, they've gotten swept by Vamos and Todak. Now, comparatively to the other teams, OB has actually had to fight stronger squads. Outside of DX, Vamos and Todak are not easy teams to take down. So you can argue that, unlike the other teams, who have on average fought against weaker teams, OB has on average fought against stronger teams. So there is, of course, a chance that it's just kind of been weighted against them. The argument that I have against that situation, they played like shit. I'm sorry. Let's look at OB real quick. 100% agree. Sorry, DJY, but truth is the truth. This is what happens when you glaze your own team. Oh my god. But yes, DJY is just in as their mascot. Hello, DJY's mom. Bro, okay, Scream be like my squad. But yes, Super Susu is, in my opinion, the player that's doing the best. Out of everyone on Ocean Black, I think Super Susu is doing the best. Because, like, genuinely, you can see his mechanics when he's playing heroes like Cho. And then he's not doing a bad job on heroes like Hylos and stuff either. Give me one moment. I think I have something. I got something in my nose. I need to blow my nose real quick. This always happens when I stream, man. But yes, I think Super Susu is doing the best in the team. And yes, that is including Rippo. I'm not kidding. I think Super Susu is doing the best out of everyone, including Rippo. That is legitimately my opinion. Cause like, Rippo and Iris are having the same problem. Their gameplay style of aggressive lane-winning EXP is no longer as effective as it used to be. Right? And now you have to be willing to flex your hero options depending on what the game requires of you. And I don't feel like they're comfortable enough to do that. In Rippo's position, it's even worse because he actually has to try and carry his whole team while doing it. Right? Like, I genuinely feel bad for Rippo. Comparatively to like, say, like compare it to DX Soul, for example, right? DX Soul has Storm and Rasi, and then they have Zed as well. All of which have some MPL experience and have done pretty okay on the main stage. In comparison, OB only has Rippo. And even before he joined OB, Rippo was having a little bit of difficulty with the changing meta. Back when with RSG last season. Remember that? So this team is in a terrible spot. This team is genuinely in a terrible spot. Right? They've swapped Jun into the gold lane. Their main jungler, the one that won them MAL, has been swapped into the gold lane. The substitute jungler Sha now suddenly taking his position, and Sha wasn't doing too bad. He actually got some pretty good like objective steals. Then like Diff got a huge like 5-0 lead in their second game against against which team was it? Against Todak, and then they fumbled that. Masako, before Jun took over, had no impact. It's just terrible. It's a terrible situation all around. And then their drafts are terrible. They have terrible drafts too. It's like, oh, fudge. By the way, Staff, do you remember the Rafflesia chip wrap backdoor? Yes, I do. That was a good time. Man, that was a good time. But OB is not having a good time. They are not bad early. And that's the only time they are not bad. That's it. That's the only thing they have going for them. They try to play early game comms. They can actually win early game with early game comms, but then they can't do anything with it. It's bad. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. Like, oh my god. Oh my god. Some of their decisions. You can tell that this team is not prepared for MPL. This team is not ready for MPL, and it feels bad because I'm always like, I was really happy when I saw Miracle Gaming, you know, before they were Ocean Black. I was really happy to see this team finally make it to MPL because they've been doing such a good job in Tier 2 for so long. But you can really tell the culture shock is hitting them hard. You can tell. And it's not good when you can tell. It really, really is not good when you can tell. Like, hold on. Did I say that I would put Arrow as the weakest in the early game? I think I'm still sticking with that. Yeah, I am still sticking with that. But besides that, you know? You should watch this, bro. Don't watch it on stream. I don't know what it is, but please do. Okay, once we're done with this then. How the heck they won MAL? Yeah, because like MAL is like a smaller tournament. MAL is almost completely online, you see. And we've already gotten news about this, about the culture shock between MAL and MPL, because like when they were in MAL, this team basically could just kind of like play the game pretty normally, you know? There was not a lot of training involved. They just kind of played ranked and everything in terms of like training. They didn't have a coach before this. They didn't have to like review drafts and stuff. They were just naturally pretty good at the game, and because of that, they were able to win MAL and get all the way through. And you can kind of see that because like the gameplay isn't like terrible, but now that they're on MPL, They have to wake up early every day. They have to review games. They have to think about strategies and techniques and do proper training for hours on end. And then, I don't think their coach is doing them any favors, I'm gonna say right now. I think the drafts are not very good, and I don't know who is making the decisions about like benching Jun or like swapping him to gold lane or stuff like that. But it's not working. Right? Yeah, now big stage not happy. They were quite shaky when they were grand finals. Lost first game because of nervous. Yeah, because of nerves. Nerves hits hard. Nerves really hits you hard. I think OB is a great example of that. Even Ruff from MV was a good example of that. I think it was just a case of nervous, you know, because he was not playing the same way he normally does. Like, OB are nervous. There's a culture shock. I don't think they were prepared to play at this level. I'm not sure if Ocean Black as an organization was ready to play at this level. And it's just all compounding into a terrible, terrible situation. I think we're going to see a repeat of Team Secret. And that is a terrifying prospect. In fact, I feel like it might even be worse than Team Secret, somehow. Because at the very least, Team Secret was trying. This is bad. This is bad. Unless they, like... Because I've always said I wasn't a fan of when teams won their development leagues and then moved on into MPL and then started replacing the players that got them there with like MPL mainstays. Like, you know, it's important to give new blood an opportunity to prove themselves on the stage. But I think OV might need some new players. You know, at the very least, they need people to be able to like direct them somehow. You know, the same way that DX have like Stome and Rasi around to guide them. I think Ocean Black needs players like that. I'm not sure if Rippo is the correct player for leading this team. I don't think his mental is in the best state either. It's rough. It's really rough. Oh, Lilo asked earlier, would I say I can beat anyone in OB? Hard to say. Again, very big difference between pub gameplay and MPL gameplay, right? Let me just say something though. ID and PH MDL feel so different because MDL was already offline, never online. MAL should change, honestly. They would like to, I'm sure. Honestly, I am sure that Moonton would like MAL to be offline. But the ultimate fact remains. Money. MAL viewership is pretty bad. There's not a lot of viewership for MAL. So not nearly enough to like consider committing money to actually having offline events for this tournament, you know? Yeah, the viewership's not enough to warrant it, to justify it. I will argue CG is boosting it right now. They definitely are. Honestly, I want to see next season when Chiku Guys Esports comes up into MPL and then we have Todak versus Todak. Right? That's what I want to see. That just means PH has more no-lifers. I mean, MLBB is just bigger over there, right? Like, it's a lot more popular in general. Honestly, it is normal for us to think about OB. Oh, Dodo already thinks CG will come. I'm expecting it, kind of, you know? Like, considering the caliber of players they have over there, if they don't make it into MPL, I have bigger questions. But okay, this is my current power ranking. Hold on. How is it compared to the actual ranking? The bottom 3 are the same. I know the bottom 3 are the same. I have DxSoul a lot higher than they actually are. MV... Damn, I actually have... MV is in 6th? They are actually in 6th? They're behind Team Ray? Oh my god. I didn't even know. Damn, my top 4 are the same as the Fudging actual ranking. Fudge. I don't think Valence will continue next season. I'm so sad. I want to see Valence again. Fudge, man. Valence is so fun to watch. Fudge. Pixel Esports has Neo, Grace, and Fakers. Aha. I see. ML is very big here, especially in Manila. They promote ML there like, wow, I see. Valence is here only for uni-sem break. Oh man. I want to see Valence. I just watched MPL and Valence went back to gold with Yetri is Rome. Interesting. You know, that could actually work. I could see that working just based off his general playstyle. But yeah, anyway, here it is. Here is my official week 2 power ranking. What do y'all think? Y'all agree? Y'all think so? I'll be making a graphic for this and then I'll be posting it on my socials tomorrow as is usual. And I think what I will do is I will modify my weekly recap video to be talking about this instead, right? If I do actually decide to do it, because I am fucking tired. Shiku is not playing? He's not? Oh yeah, if Valence is gold, Shiku wouldn't be playing. Yeah, 3 playstyles like that. I still miss Joy EXP though. Man, those were good times. Okay, now the shore. Moon and Martizi gone. Oh. Who's mid then? Who's playing mid if Moon and Martizi are gone? Time to post it on TikTok to get 90k plus views. I mean, I don't think I'll get 90k plus views because I've posted these power rankings before in the past. Like here, right? Sometimes they get like good viewership, you know? I got 14k here, 12k here. But then sometimes they just get pretty low as well. I got 2k here, 3k there. Got like 10k here, 22k. Should I update my hold on. Should I update my my graphics? Lol. Should I update this, or do you guys think sticking with this is fine? Like this design. Don't you see what Dark Striker wrote? Oh, Chiku is mid. Oh, interesting. It's cute and true to you. True. Because I've definitely been experimenting. Like, I did a big experiment with like a design update for this. You guys saw this. This is a pretty notable design change. You know, it's still got aspects of my classic style, but it's definitely different from the more bouncy look that I've had before. So I'm wondering if like, should I try to update my ranking graphic to look a little bit more modern? Very pixely? Is it? I think it's, I don't know, I feel like TikTok is making it pixely. Or do I just have to generate it in like higher quality? Hold on. TikTok post image resolution. TikTok image post should be 1080. Oh, okay. So they also prefer having a. Okay. I mean, 1:1 is fine. I'm just trying to find what the resolution would be. Looks like it's about like normal. That's the thing. Who knows? The Pokemon numbers. Ah, you noticed. You noticed it's the Pokemon font. I was like looking through fonts trying to find like, what's a good font for the score, and I just couldn't decide on one. So I just went with the Pokemon one because I downloaded this font when I was doing the too many types run, and also that I could use it on my thumbnails. And I was like, fuck it, I'll just use it. Oh, that's what you meant by pixely. Okay, I gotcha. It's got a Pokemon feel, I see. Okay. But yeah, like basically I'm wondering, should I update my power ranking graphic to look more similar to this sort of design style, or do I just like reuse the same thing as this, right? Bro thought I was complaining about his graphics. No. I thought you were like saying that it looks low res. Because I also feel like it looks low res when I look at it like this. Though I guess it's because I'm looking at it from my PC. That's probably why. It's probably just because I'm looking at it at my PC and like the resolution is being blown up so much. That makes sense. Depends on me. I mean, the easiest thing would just be to stick to the same style, because like this is also an updated style. I had a different graphical style before this as well. I don't think I ever posted it on TikTok. I wasn't active on TikTok when I used the previous format. Let me go to my IG. Both are fine, but you like the cute one more? I guess so. Hold on. I should have like the older style on my IG if I scroll down. How long have I used this one? I've used it since season 11. Have I used it before season 11? Yeah. Season 11 was when I started using this one. Because the old one looked like this. This was my old style. Oh wait, I now remember. IG pictures just don't load on this for some reason. Alright, hold on. Let's go to my Facebook. I feel like I have to scroll through even more pictures on Facebook though because of my fucking Japan trip. All these Japan trip pictures, damn. Dodo's so young. Oh my god, so young. It's not like these were even that long ago. Yeah, here it is. Alright. This was my older design style. Majority white with purple, with like the edges and the hexagons and the stuff. This was the original. This was the first power ranking design style that I had. This. And then I updated this into the one you see now. Right? Like these. Like these, right? This is the newer design. This is the older design. So it's just basically a question to me of like, oh, is it time to update it again, you know? Nah, maybe not. I think it's fine to just stick to what I had. Unless I update it slightly. I could try to make some small updates, but maybe not a total redesign. The random Tainari, yeah. those were old days. This was old times right here, peeps. Look at this. This is my old design schema. You know, when I used to do it like this. Caracal and Suhas, yep, the good old days. I still remember when I did this. You guys remember this? You guys remember when I did this tier list where I tried to like more specifically categorize each hero into their particular like main role? Damn. I feel like it'd be a bit hard to do that now. The old emblems, yep. Look at all this. Look at all of this. Look guys, it's MPLI. Hey. When I had to cast in Malay. Damn. We should do it again nowadays. We can try, but it would be hard. Genuinely, it would be difficult. MSC 2022. Good times. Look at all this. Look at this classic shit. Look at this bingo. I'm watching MPL bingo. Remember when I did the MPL bingo? Put in MPL shuts down as a joke and then it actually happened? Good times. And then look at all this Genshin down here. So much stuff. Man, so much stuff. Ah, so much stuff. Karaoke stream? Yeah. Oh yeah, I haven't done one in a while, huh? I really haven't done a karaoke stream in a while. I should do a karaoke stream again. The thing is, I still know all the same songs from before. Haha. Oh man, I'm back at the very beginning. You guys want the youngest dodo? Here's the youngest dodo. Oh my god, I'm so thin. What the fudge? Oh my god, I'm so thin. That's crazy. Shit. Oh, Jachan copied my tier list. The rare moment of me casting in VM, yeah. And then this was my first cast. Look, you guys, we're going through a little walkthrough history now. Now that I'm all the way scrolled down here. This was my first ever live event. Technically, not like first ever live event, yes, but this was also my first ever official cast. Genuinely my first ever official cast. And it was with Terrence. Funny how the world works, huh? Ah, good old times. Good old times. Oh man. This was where, oh man. Oh man, look at all this. Oh, this was like the old auto chess, like when it was like a newer thing. Man, look at all this. Look at this old stuff. And then this was my original banner. This was my first ever Facebook page banner. Notice how it has Dota and League. Fudge, man, look at this. Look at all this, boys. Look at all this. This was when I was still in uni. That was me hosting an event in uni. And then I updated my banner because I had pictures now. Oh ho, I had pictures so I could do this shit. Like, ho ho. Fudge, man, look at all this. Look at all this. The good old times, the good old days. Look at this was my Arknights phase. I still like doing designs back then, mind you. This was a design. I made this. I made this phone wallpaper using like the game CG. I still like doing graphic design back then. Good shit. We went from bloody to the perp. Why is it, what do you mean bloody? What? Where's the bloody? I still remember old MLBB. I don't remember my first time entering stream. I don't think you would. You've been around a while. And this is when I did my original Pokemon Emerald randomizer. I guess was when I started doing MPL MY, you know. This was like my first season, I think. Yeah, this was my first season. Fudge. Damn! Damn! Oh, my headphones were red. Oh, you were talking... Okay. I was like wondering, where is bloody? Okay, you were talking about the fact my headphones were red. Yes. That is indeed the case. The first time I ever achieved a legend rank in MLBB was June 21st, 2019, guys. This was the first time I got legend. And it was like from Pokemon, Arknights, Genshin, Genshin Phase. Look at this shit, y'all. Look at this shit. Original homeboys. Huh. Huh. Damn. Like, got so old, right? Huh. And this was my first photo shoot, my first official photo shoot. Fudge, I'm 10. Holy shit, I'm 10. What the fudge? Crazy. Hairstyle's still the same, yeah. Oh man, old PC setup right here. Oh my god, look at that cable management. Ew. Back when we did MPL and oh, this is a different event. Yeah, this is a different event. This is MPL. Yeah, back when we did MPL in the studio. Haha. Good times. Good times, y'all. And then the first black carpet. The first time we did black carpet. I had to buy this suit, man. Like, I didn't have a fancier suit. I just straight up did not have a fancier suit to wear to a black carpet event, you know? I had to go and buy this. I bought this at Quill City Mall. I bought this suit at Quill City Mall. Literally the same mall that we did the black carpet at. I literally bought it for this event from there. I still have it, you know? It's a bit tight now, though. Then we had more graphical updates, you know. I changed my Twitch banner. When I started doing this, I started like more locking in a bit more about what my actual, you know, branding style was going to be. 300 followers on Twitch. How many do I have now? How many followers do I have now? Where do I see my followers? I don't remember where to see them. Hold on. Here, 400. Not that much more, but hey, it's a good increase. It's a good increase. This is when I first got my tablet, when I casted Genshin at CF, when I started doing my year in reviews, CNY stuff, and then this is when I did my full rebrand. This is when I started doing my full rebrand to the purple dots and symbols and stuff. Oh, yeah, I got the crocheted Clotzire here as well. And then there's when I officially revealed Dodo. We don't use his official name. At this point, it's not even an official name. You know, I thought for a long time about what to officially name him, but we just call him Dodo anyway. Yes, man has an official name, but we just call him Dodo. Yeah, this was one of my tweets. It is easier, yes. So like this is when the full rebrand really started happening. This is when I made my YouTube channel, and then like really started redesigning my power ranking designs and everything. Good shit. And here's where I started playing Star Rail. And now we're starting to catch up a little bit to the present. Japan trip, M5, China, Genshin. Oh, I miss China. I miss being in China. I miss these peeps. I miss all these peeps so much. It's so good spending time with them. The dumplings were so tasty. Ah! I miss China. It was so cool. Such a good experience to be there. Look at guava. Look at big ass guava. Xiao Long Bao. No, yeah, no, they were just dumplings. Like not Xiao Long Bao. We did have Xiao Long Bao too though. That was good. And then here we start to see more recent dodo. Here's my room update. The room still looks like this now. And not much has changed from this. We have a new cupboard here now instead of this glass cabinet. Haha. Can you go back to the dumplings? Okay. It was so good. It was just a bowl of dumplings, and then they gave us like all these like seasoning powder and soup base and like toppings to put in, and it was just like a bowl of dumpling soup. Oh, so good. The one in purple, that's Rin. Rin Taicho. You guys might know Rin Taicho. I think she's pretty big. Is that the Amber main? Yes, yes it is. There she is, right there. I love her. I see. Yeah. I remember someone else mentioned Rin as well. I think it was Ray. You know, when I first showed that, hey, I'm actually casting with Rin Taicho. I think it was Ray who was like, what? What the hell? Got some good shots. Very nice. Great experience. Why is my nose acting up? Hold on, be right back. Here. I'll probably take a shower once the stream is done. That should be archived? What should be archived? And then here's the recent Japan trip with the fam. My biggest regret from the Japan trip is not buying this. This is my biggest regret from the Japan trip. And this was like one of the last days of the trip. I had already spent so much money and had so many like big plushies and stuff, including Big Boy, that I was like, nah, I don't need a big blooper, right? But man, now it's like, now I kind of regret it, you know? It's like, oh, I should have bought the big blooper. Look at him, he's so cute. He is so cute. I love blooper so much. I should have bought the big blooper. Yeah, here's Big Boy. Big Boy with Quag. Quag cost me way too much money. And then now we are all cut up to the present. Honestly, it's not actually that many pictures, because like I never really was good at posting a lot of pictures, but it is nice to see this sort of time capsule of things, isn't it? Because that is what it is. It is a time capsule of everything that I've done through the my casting days. Fudge man, remember when I had to cast with fudging masks? And we had fudging panels between each of us? Like, holy shit, dude. Casting with masks is, you know, like, really bad, really terrible. Yo, Simon commented on my video. What did Simon say? Keep the highlights coming, Aiden. Good stuff. Yes, sir. Will do. Honestly, making these highlights is not easy. Making these highlights is not easy. Like I have to like try to remember everything that happened, shorten it to like roughly 2 to 3 minutes long, and then like actually find like clips to put them all together. You know? And then if I have the extra like mind space to do so, I have to try and make him a little bit funny. Wow, I mean, I know Simon. I've talked to Simon. Literally the only person I talk to in like in terms of like players and coaches and owners and stuff is Simon. He's the only person I talk to out of everyone. And I guess Kelvin, but Kelvin's not around anymore, so I'm not sure if he still counts. How do you all know Simon? I mean, Simon talks to everyone. Junho also. I mean, Junho also talks to everyone. I should probably do a little better with my note taking so that it's a bit easier for me to remember which clips to grab for the recap. Cause like surprise peeps, I've been taking notes in my Snapdragon notebook. I've been taking notes. You guys can't see it very well, but like I've actually been like noting down timings and stuff of clips to record, of things that's going on, you know. It's not a lot, but it's considerable. Noting that considering that I never really took notes before this. So yeah. I wish they still gave these out, by the way. They stopped giving these out in like season 9 or 10. After that, they stopped doing it. And I was just like, but they're cool. Look at how Tin LaFell is! Oh my god! The reflection, yep. Oh, look at all this. Look at all of this. Amazing. Before his hair became curly. That sounds like an insult and a compliment. Maybe I should do a karaoke stream, right guys? I haven't done karaoke in such a long time. When was my last karaoke stream? Does anyone remember when my last karaoke stream was? Because like they're not archived, right? Because like I sing songs, so there's a lot of like copyright issues, so whenever I do a karaoke stream, I just delete the stream afterwards, you know, so that I don't have to deal with it. I don't remember when's the last time I did it. Can we join? I just remembered it's with Rochelle. The thing is, I feel like it's too messy if we try to have like viewers involved, you know? Like if we try to have viewers involved, there's no guarantee that the music will sync up properly. I just don't want to deal with that. Honestly, right guys, this is still my Facebook banner. I should update my Facebook banner. Like I should change this. This isn't really my brand anymore. like this isn't really correct anymore. There isn't even like, you know, we still like we have Ruby, but we still have Hu Tao and Earthshaker here, and I obviously don't really do that. I should update this. I should like maybe I just like what if I just grab my YouTube banner and put it on Facebook, you know? I just take this. Very Todak-ish back then. I mean, I've always been Todak-ish, you know? It's always been the black and purple. But then I shifted more to white and purple, you know? Since I think I like white a little bit more. You know, I just realized it looks like my profile picture is looking at me in my cover photo. I just kind of realized that it looks a little bit like, you know. But yeah, like now that I've actually been trying to post more stuff, I've actually been getting more followers recently, you know. Like Like, I'm actually getting close to 700. I've been stuck on 600 plus followers on Facebook for such a long time. And then on my TikTok, I've been getting more followers as well. Not many, you know, it's a slow process, but it's something, you know. It took you that long, huh? You funny, dude. Is it? Well, I'm glad to hear that. Oh, I just got some followers right here, right there. I'm surprised no Vamos fans packed the post in Facebook forum. Not yet. I followed with my main and burner account. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. But yeah, alright, cool. Okay, so, what do you guys want to do with the rest of the stream? That is my question to y'all now. Excuse me. My nose. My nose, peoples. I mean, I should probably turn on my aircon. I think the humidity is getting to me. Do we play ML? Or do we do something else? Excuse me! Ah. Oh yeah, I should probably save this. Before I like... Hold on, let me screenshot this. Oh, fudge, man. Oh, fudge. Oh yeah, there was a YouTube video you guys wanted me to see, right? Oh man, my nose has been set off. Anyway, I'll be making this into a graphic and posting it tomorrow. Yeah, I'll watch the video. I mean... No! Bunch! Apologies if it's too loud. Hold on, let me go blow my nose again. Yeah! Damn, y'all! I am in a state. Ugh. How is Vamos and DX higher than MV? I just came in. I actually didn't watch MPL this week. Well, surprise, surprise. Shit happened. Todak did good. Todak did good. They did do good. But yeah, here's the final power ranking for the peeps who may not have seen it. And yes, now I pose the question to y'all. What do you want to do? Do you guys want to play ML until 1 AM? Anything else? Oh yeah, YouTube video. I'd better watch that before I forget to do it again. What is this? Craziest backdoor. RRQ defies all odds. How old is this? When was this? When was this posted? 5 hours ago. Okay, so it's very new. Did a chip backdoor happen again? Oh my god. Oh my god, no! No! Oh no, they sent Hilda home! Oh no, they sent Hilda home! Oh no! That's so terrible. Why are they recalling? Take the portal! Take the portal! They panicked. They didn't know what to do. Like, that is just a genuine moment of panic. Like, the correct play should be to try and take the portal and see if you can, you know, stop them. But in that situation, you know, you just can't respond. You actually are just not prepared to respond to that shit. Oh my god. Honestly, even if they did take the portal back home, I think they still would have ended before they could make it. I think RQ would have. This is RQ, right? Like, which team is this? Yeah, it's RQ. Like, I think even if they took the portal, RQ would have probably ended by the time they arrived. Okay, let's think about it, you know? If Harif is still committing to try and take the Lord, you know, so they weren't prepared mentally to, like, respond to this, right? And everyone else is pretty far. The only person that can maybe take the portal to go, like, in time is Harif, right? So they blink through. If Harif goes through the portal now, he would pop out, like, right around here. Like, this would be the time that Harif pops through the portal. At that point... No, they're not making it. I don't think they're making it. RQ just rushes the crystal down. I don't think so. Because Harif already committed Zaman Force. If Harif still had Zaman Force, maybe there's a chance he could have cleared the minion wave before, like, they finished it, but he didn't have Zaman Force, so it's very unlikely he would have cleared all the minions in time. Like, I don't think RQ kills him. They just go for the crystal regardless. There's no way they could have stopped this. I don't think they could have stopped this, even if they went through the portal. It's very unlikely. Because the other person with Harif was Selena, right? Yeah, it was Selena. Where did Gatot go, actually? Is Gatot recalling too? I guess he doesn't have ult. If all three of them went through... No, I still don't think so, because like Selena and Gatot were too far away from the portal to take it. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think there was any tangible way you stop RQ from doing this. I actually don't think there's any way they could have saved it. That shit was actually waiting so long for this backdoor. Is it? Terrible, terrible. Also, NBA x MPL ID, Naruto x MPL MY. Why PH nothing? PH is too strong already. Even with Harif ult, they couldn't clear the minions, yeah. They can try cutting off the internet. Yeah. That would probably work. Alright, hold on. Let me turn on my USB debugging so that I can connect my phone. And then we can play a little bit of ML. You guys, okay, how many people here want to play? You guys want to like rank or classic or brawl or 2v2? By the way, oh yeah, I want to take the chance to ask real quick. So, as you guys probably know, I did play-by-play, right? I did play-by-play for this last weekend for 2 days. So that's like a pretty big sample size of play-by-play. Like, what did you guys think? I'm not too sure if I've improved much. Okay, let's see. Lila wants to play, Dark Striker wants to play, Kuruel. AI mode. Lol. Do you normally not play-by-play? The thing is, like, we kind of do everything. I don't know how they do it in other MPLs, but I assume that it's kind of similar in that, like, we just kind of fill in every role most of the time. But I think this season, they're having me do play-by-play more. This season and last season, they let me do more play-by-play. So I'm happy with that, because I do still like play-by-play. But I'm still kind of, like, wondering, like, is my play-by-play good enough, you know? Mirko is definitely play-by-play. The thing is, Mirko does also do other other roles, you know. Hold on, yeah. Connecting my phone. I don't know why I see my chat just randomly refreshing itself sometimes. Mobile Legends X Naruto Shippuden starts in 3 days! Woo! Okay, what are we doing? Are we ranking? What are we doing? Hold on, how many people do we have? We have a lot of people. We have 6 people, I think. Is it 6 people exactly? Yeah, I think we have 6 people exactly, which is literally 1 person too many for rank. Oh, Kai also wants to play. Do you guys want to try 3v3? Cause like if Kai comes and joins, I think there's 6 of you, excluding me. Like we mentioned before this, that 3v3 might be a little bit messy compared to 2v2, but we might have exactly the right number of people to do it. So it's like, maybe we try, right? You guys could have separate comms if you guys want to like take it more seriously. We have multiple voice channels in the first place. Don't mind my PFP, I see it is... Wait, hold on. I didn't mind it until you mentioned to. I thought it was just Leslie. This whole time I was looking at it, it's like, oh, it's just Aspirant's Leslie. But then I looked closer and I realized you have some extra peeps in there. Okay, hold on. I need to get through all of your... Okay, invite me again. Okay, everyone just invited me at once. Okay, how do you guys want to split your teams? Do you guys want to choose yourself? Do you guys want to do like captain mode? Or shall we spin a wheel? Random teams? Shall we wheel? Shall we do a wheel for the 3v3? Alright, we're wheeling it. It's time to wheel and deal, boyos. We could do team generator, or we could also roll names one by one and just have it be more interesting. Yeah, like it would be faster to choose 2 team captains, but it would also be funnier to just slowly roll all your names one by one and just assign you teams like that. And I kind of feel like that's funnier, so we're going to do that. So we have Gin, we have Junho, we have Lilo, we have Kuruel, we have Kai, and then we have... Who am I missing? I'm missing someone. Who am I missing? Oh, Dark... Wait, who am I missing? Dark Striker, yes. Alright. So here's what we'll do. We will alternate. So the first person roll goes to Team A, second person roll goes to Team B, third person goes Team A, fourth person goes Team B, and so on, yeah? Makes sense? I think that makes sense. So let's see who will be the first member of Blue Team. So first member of Blue Team is Lilo. So Lilo will be on Blue Team. Now the first member of Red Team. First member of Red Team is Dark Striker. So in a way, you guys are team captains now, but the wheel decides everything. No, Lilo screams. Dark Striker is kind of a scary guy to have to play against. Alright, now, the second member of Blue Team and Lilo's first teammate is Jinho. So Jinho will be on Blue Team with Lilo. Second member of Red Team along with Dark Striker. Dark Striker says he's afraid of Lilo's mages. Honestly, same. It appears that Gin has not had his prayers heard because he will be on Red Team. So we currently have Lilo and Jinho versus Gin and Dark Striker. Now one final roll will determine which of these two players go. The name that it rolls on goes to Blue Team, the remaining name goes to Red Team. Let's see, who's it gonna be? And it looks like Kai will be on Blue Team, and Kuruel will join Red Team. Very nice. And with that, our teams are decided. We got an interesting lineup. I think these are some pretty unique combinations since it's the first time we've done a 3v3. And now, do we want to do the same thing as before where we roll the like hero rolls and then everyone picks the same role? Also, are we sticking with the all mid first to tier 2? You know what? Let's do it. I don't have time to try and figure out new strategies. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna try this out. We're gonna use the exact same rules as the 2v2. All mid. Recall is allowed. First team to destroy the mid tier 2. No jungling, but you can take Litho. Alright, I think that's fine. We'll see if it works, and if it doesn't work, we'll try to figure out new rules for the next time. But yeah, looks like Gin wants rolls, so we'll do rolls. So mage, fighter, tank, marksman. Am I missing something? Assassin, right. We can do a best of 5. I feel like a best of 5 will take a while. Let's just play it by ear. Let's just see how it goes. My girlfriend watched you cast and said he's cute. She'll not be watching MPL anymore. What the fudge? Shinji, your girlfriend said I'm cute? Is that what I'm understanding? What the fudge? I mean, I'll take it. I'll take the compliment. Okay. That's true. 3v3 is easier to destroy Okay, so we're gonna pull out the same roles as before. This is gonna be interesting because now we have to pick 6 heroes of the same role. So let's see what happens, I guess. Alright. So all of you will be playing mages. I think that's the most classic brawl role. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Alright then. I hope y'all are ready. If you guys want to have dedicated comms, you guys can technically join different like VC rooms in the Discord. If there's 2 different VC rooms, I'll probably just do a cast on my own and then you guys can just talk amongst yourselves, you know? Wait, since this is 3v3 and draft pick, we can ban one here. Oh, is that how it works? I actually didn't know. I see. If you can ban, you can ban. Feel free, you know? Why not? Let's just make it more interesting. She likes the baby face kind. I don't know why she's with me though. I see. Surprisingly, I guess there's more people who like that than I thought, huh? Because I think the shell kind of had that sentiment back then too. Or maybe it was just like me. Who knows? Alright. Shall we get started then, peeps? You guys can feel free to join your respective team calls. I think some of y'all are already in the call. So feel free. And I guess we can go ahead and get started. So, are we doing best of 5 or best of 3? Do you guys want to do a best of 5? Best of 5 would take a while, but we do have an hour. I guess logically we should be able to do a best of 5 in an hour. Fudge it. Let's do it then. We'll do a best of 5. But let's see if we can switch up the rules a little bit between each game to make it fun. I think that's fair, you know? Unless, okay, if anyone here is not able to play until 1 AM, let us know now, and then like can kind of like decide the timing based on that. So do you guys get bans?
Ready?
You guys get bans! Oh my god! There's bans! Amazing! She's only allowed to watch LaFell after this. What? But LaFell is cute. LaFell's cute too. That's a good ban. Why did you guys ban Layla? You guys are only playing mages. Remember guys, it's only mages. Also, very smart ban by the red side to get rid of Lilo's Kagura. Cause like, yeah.
When you gaze into the
Alright, Selena comes out. This was played by Gin the last time we had a 2v2. It actually worked out very well. He was landing arrows left and right. Actually basically won the game for his team. But instantly we see the Zeusin lock-in coming in from the red team. For Dark Striker, Zeusin gonna be a pretty good frontline option. Lo Yi. Very good burst potential, but definitely lower range compared to other mages. So that could be a problem in itself. Genho comes in with the Zask. Zask was not bad in the previous matchup. Gives you a good amount of zone control. However, he does not have a lot of burst damage overall. Survivability high. Pressure a little bit on the lower side actually, because mages are generally long range anyway. And then Lilo comes in with the Lunox. Lots of damage potential, good scaling. That will basically be their later game carry if the game extends. It should be interesting to see exactly how that will go. One final pick in the hands of Gin. And it is the Veil. It's unfortunate that Gara is not available yet, otherwise that would be interesting. But alright, alright. Lots of burst potential coming in from the red side, whereas the blue side is focusing a bit more on poke and scaling. Let's see which one is going to be the correct play as we jump into our first ever 3v3 on the Dodo channel. Now remember, the rules are the same. We're gonna stick with the same rules for now just to test it out. First team to take the mid tier 2. All mid. No jungle except Litho. and you are allowed to recall. It's a 3v3, so it's gonna be messy. That means it's gonna take y'all a little bit longer probably to hit level 4 as well. But towers should go down faster as a result of more players, so I'm very interested to see how this will go. Lilo is also very interested to know who it was that banned their Kagura. But here we go. The first ever 3v3 officially begins. And already all 3 members of Red are in the mid side. The Zas Tower will come out, give a little bit of zone control, but Zeusin actually does counter that somewhat. Oh, good scouting there from Kuruel. Looks like they'll be able to note. They realize that Kai is not in lane. So they need to find where he is to make sure random arrows don't come out. The first Litho will spawn. First objective to contest. And it is already a mess with 3 people on each side. The mid lane was not designed for this many people. It's meant to be a 1v1 in the first place. Red side looks like they'll actually give up on the Litho a little bit. Who actually gets that? Red team still gets it. A really nice wind blow from Gin to secure the objective. Give his team a little bit more EXP to work with. The knock up on Jinho. Just cut off for a moment there. Let me make sure that I am... Okay, I think I'm back on Twitch. Yeah, I think I'm back on Twitch. Am I back on YouTube? Okay, I'm back on YouTube. Alright. Stream went down for a moment, but I think we're good. It's a good thing not much really happened in the meantime. Lilo almost walks into the wrong bush, actually does end up eating the yin-yang reaction. Pulled back with the lantern as well. The early game burst presence and pressure from the red team already being quite a pain to deal with. So far, red team going to be hitting level 4 pretty soon. Kai not being present in lane very much. He's only level 2, but as a result of that, Lilo is actually quite close to level 4. So a bit of a EXP sacrifice play there to get their primary core caught up in terms of EXP. The Zeusin definitely messing with Kai's potential arrow plays quite a lot. I think it's not a bad idea from Kai to basically not sit around and soak minion EXP, since all he really needs to do is set up the abyssal arrows. We'll see if that ends up paying off in the long run. Because red side is leveling quite equally. Kuruel actually a little bit behind though. So the Lo Yi is not quite yet level 4, which means no diversion play. Oh, abyssal arrow. Going to land, the darkening comes out. But the ult from the Zeusin gets Dark Striker out. Blue team is definitely gonna need to be a little bit worried once Kuruel hits level 4. And speaking of, he just hit level 4. So diversion play is very possible now. Oh, Windstorm actually misses there. So Lilo not gonna be in any danger from that one. And Kai now going to hit level 4 as well. Everyone will officially have their ultimates available at this point. The Selena traps are probably gonna be pretty valuable tools to help deal with potential diversion plays. Maintaining some vision. Actually combined with the Zas summons as well. Blue side does have a good amount of tools for gaining vision on the map. So as long as they play it correctly, they should generally be safe from ambushes. That abyssal arrow actually hits Kuruel. But he's in the tower, so he'll be fine. Oh, another arrow onto Gin this time. Kai definitely starting to get a little bit more annoying. And now that Lilo and Jinho are a little closer in terms of levels, they are able to pressure red team a little bit more, actually keeping them underneath the tower. Am I going for rank or not later, Jetson? Probably not. I get the feeling this 3v3 is gonna take up the rest of the stream time. Arrow comes out, not gonna land on anyone. Kai actually a bit far out, has to pop the ult to escape. Dominator's Descent comes out, just as a defensive measure there. Oh, goes for the aggressive play of placing it behind the towers, but the flicker is forced out from Jinho because of the lantern risk. To note, blue side has 3 flickers, red side has 1 flicker and 2 purifies, so they're definitely wary of the arrow plays, but they haven't actually spent the purifies yet since they've always connected while they were sitting under tower. So they're not really at risk. Oh, the Windstorm combo! Jinho! Almost dead! He gets eaten though! First blood going over to Gin with a nice ambush play. The arrow not doing enough damage to re-threaten. Here comes Gumi, oh, going in with the Darkening, picks off Gin. Darkening doing a lot of damage, but the Purify comes out from Kuruel to get them away. Missile arrow going to miss, but Lilo actually doing a lot of damage here. The Lunox definitely the primary core of the blue team. And the kill score is now 1-1. It is a little bit unfortunate that we ended up with all mages for the first round, because this is probably the role that will take towers slowest, besides tanks of course. So we might be in for a slightly longer one, but it's all good. I see a very interesting thing going on here. One team is not actually aware. We'll see if that works out. Gin goes in from the side, Windstorm combo! Dominator's Descent comes out though, Jinho will be able to survive, jumps forward to try and threaten Gin. Will be able to get away. The flank play. Blue team not actually aware that Gin had been hiding behind them for quite a while. Net worth still actually pretty even. Only a 400 gold advantage for the blue team. So it's still anyone's game. The Abyssal Arrow poke definitely starting to be quite annoying though. But as long as red team plays under the tower, it's actually quite difficult for Kai to play off of those arrows. And since they're mainly playing to support a Lilo, it's hard for them to dive either unless Jinho has his ultimate available to take tower aggro. The ultimate comes in from Zusin, Abyssal Arrow, forces the Purify from Kuruel, Gin coming in, a flicker out from Kai, avoids the Windstorm. Well played there. The flank coming in from Gumi though, Darkening, Gin is dead, Sky Piercer procs the execute, and now the trap comes in, forces a Purify from Dark Striker as well. Gin, the only casualty of that one. Abyssal Arrow though, connects once again. Dark Striker's recall gets cancelled. Lilo has to be careful. There's a lot of burst damage on Kuruel still. Looking at the items. Oh, Kuruel gets hit with an arrow from behind and Kai commits to it. Killing spree for Lilo. And with Gin only just coming back, the tier 1 tower mid falls to the blue team. The first structure taken of the game. In terms of items, we can see that the Sky Piercer doing a lot of work for Lilo right now. Even the Zusin ult forced out from Dark Striker, just to make sure they're not picked off there. Arrow connects again with Gin this time, and the poke damage is really starting to add up here. Kai is getting some pretty good accuracy rates with that Abyssal Arrow. Brilliance comes out. Lilo not gonna have that available for a short while. Dark Striker still doing a good job of scouting out the map to make sure his team isn't caught by surprise, but those arrows are still hitting and now Gin's been hit! Will he die? He has to flicker out, but no, even the trap! The trap finishes him off! That's some damage right there from Kai. Another Purify forced out from Kuruel. Red team being hard pressured here. The traps and the nightmaric spawns controlling too much area for the red team to actually walk up. Another arrow, Kai, I can see he wants to go for it. Dominator's Descent comes out. Looks like Jinho just wants to do some tower damage. Kuruel eats another hit. That's gonna be a dead Lo Yi. I don't even think Lilo needed the flicker for that, but now they are out of position. That's a shutdown actually, given over to Dark Striker, and they find another one. The Windstorm bursts on Jinho. He doesn't have his ult anymore. Red team bites back, punishing the blue side for their overextension there. We can see that Gin is really starting to hurt here. Missile arrow to scout the bush actually hits Dark Striker. I don't think he needed to purify that one, but just to be safe. And with Lilo and Jinho both down, this should be a free tier 1 for the red team. Both teams now only need one more tower to take the first game. We got a close one here, folks. Oh, the Windstorm combo! Jinho! Oh, the Dominator's Descent at the last minute actually jumped forward to finish off Gin. A revenge kill by Jinho, and he actually survives. But looks like Lilo will be pulled back with the lantern, and Kuruel picks off the Lunox. At this stage, it's pretty obvious that there is one primary damage core on both teams. Oh, the jump forward by Kai, but the Yang reaction and Lantern pulls him back. Red team finding their tempo now. Net worth lead closing in. Looks like both teams gonna need to play a little bit more careful here. Kai is still gonna be down for another 10 seconds, but I don't think red team is looking to push it right now. Excuse me! Excuse me! Sneezing on the cast is usually not something you should have happen. Oh, what is this? It's we've seen a play coming in here. The diversion into the purple buff pit. Brilliance comes out. Lilo gonna be able to avoid it. The Zeus'in ult forward to try and catch them, but the Dominator is then zoning out both Kuruel and Gin. Gin's gonna take the long way around, but Kuruel gonna take a lot of damage in 1v1. And it's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade right now. Jinho for Kuruel. Kai gonna be pulled up by Dark Striker. It's still another 1v1 happening as Lilo picks off Gin and Kai chases Dark Striker. Lantern though allows him to get away. I'm having a hard time casting this one because basically we had 3 separate 1v1s happening throughout the map. Dark Striker goes back to heal, but that might not be the play as the tower is now open and there are minions ready. Zeus'in does not have very good clear, so blue team takes game number 1. And that is going to be our first game of the 3v3. Going over to team Lilo, Kai, Jinho. A little bit of revenge here from Kuruel. And the burst. But the game is done here, folks. GG's. GG's for game number 1. Even Jinho knows it's done. Alright. Time to kill myself. Somehow still picks off Kuruel despite all that. Alright, very, very nice. So with that, game 1 is complete. And it goes over to the Lilo, Jinho, Kai team. Now we will get set up for game 2, I suppose. Good shit. So I suppose y'all will want to switch sides now. So the Lilo team will go over to red, and then the Gin team will go over to blue. Yeah, because we switch sides so that you guys can get to draft on both sides of the pick. I just realized that Dark did not die once. Really? I guess that's the Zeusin tankiness right there. Junho, go over to the red side. You guys are swapping sides between games. Alright. Time to roll our next roll. Let's see, is there anything we can do to switch it up a little bit? Is there anything... Okay, you know what? Let's do something a little different. I have a little suggestion. Okay, I have a... Hold on, let me just... Alright, this should be fine. This is what I'm thinking. Only heroes of this color. And I'm talking about base skins. We are not going to count skins. It is not monocolor, you can build whatever you want, but the hero you play needs to be pretty notably this color. Any role is fine. But only base skins. So you cannot like you can't go like Tamus, Liquid Fire and say like he's a blue hero. It has to be base skin. I will count heroes that are like purplish as blue. Alright. Let's see what color y'all will have to play with. And it looks like it is yellow! How many heroes in this game are yellow? I really am a little concerned. Are there enough yellow heroes? There should be, right? There should be enough yellow heroes. Are there like at least 8 yellow heroes in the game? There should be, right? It should be fine. Let's go. So, like I mentioned, base skins only. Your hero needs to be notably... It doesn't have to be all yellow, because I don't think any hero is like all yellow, but anything that looks like notably yellow. Like if you ask the random person what color is this hero, they would say yellow. That will count. And it can be any role, yeah? Yeah? Alright. Yeah, actually there should be enough yellow heroes. Yeah, I think there's probably enough yellow heroes in the game. Alright, are we ready? You guys can start whenever you are good to go. Equipment? No. You can build anything. It is purely the hero choice. It is only the hero choice. You can build whatever you want. Because if I made it monocolor for everything, it would be a bit too much. The hero itself, base skin, just has to be yellow. And you guys probably just use the base skin so that everyone looks yellow. And so that everyone is fair.
The beat of the flash.
Your team is picking.
Alright, let's get started. Mincetar, definitely the thing that I was thinking about as well. There are probably a good number of other yellow heroes to play around. I can think of like, yeah, Masha would definitely count. Freya would definitely count. Nathan, Kiwi, all of them would probably count. So you guys are not locked into roles anymore, which means that you guys can actually balance out your team comp a little bit. I saw a Fanny there for a moment. That's actually kind of scary. Alright, yeah, I think Odette definitely counts as yellow. Is it still all mid? Yes, the rules are still the same. All mid, first to take the tier 2. Litho is allowed but no jungling. And you can recall. Okay, we have plenty of yellow heroes actually. I was worried for nothing. Ah, alright. Oh, okay. We got Mincetar, Gatot, Valier. Let's just try to use base skins, yeah, guys. Try not to use your skins if you can, so that it's fair for everyone. I feel like someone there still has a skin. Okay, thank you. Alright. We have Mincetar, Valier, Gatot versus Nathan, Uranus, Odette in our all yellow duel. Remember, you guys do not have to build all yellow equipment. You can build any equipment you want. It is only the hero choice, yeah? I don't want to see anyone trying to go monocolor builds because that would be a handicap against you. But yes, so we have Gatot as a front line, Valier as a mage, and depending on how Gin builds Mincetar, he can be a front line or a core DPS. Whereas on the opposite side, we have Uranus as the tank, we have Odette mage, and Nathan as the marksman. So honestly, pretty balanced comps altogether. Gin gonna do some good damage with the Shield Assault on Lilo already. Valier also going to be particularly annoying here after the recent buff. Especially the Jernho, he's already taking a lot of damage. Revitalize comes out, nearly dies, but Revitalize is just a bit too good at level 1. So he is able to survive. I feel like it would be wise of him to try and recall, but he's just gonna rely on Uranus's healing stacks. It looks so satisfying, right? All yellow, it looks nice. All the same color sort of thing is really cool. Gin does have a hook though, so that is a pretty scary thing. He's got the Spear of Glory. Remember, yeah guys, no jungling. Jernho gonna be a pretty solid front line, but it's only a matter of time until he goes down. First blood to Gin, and Lilo even gets pulled in with the spear. Vengeance comes out from Kuruel. Blue side gonna draw first blood there. That's gonna be a nice little bit of gold injection. Uranus may be tanky, but even he is not gonna be. Oh, Spear of Glory out to Lilo, pulls him back. The stun comes in, Flicker just barely gets out. Red side needs to be careful not to give too much more up. Remember that in this game, red team is currently 1 win up. Oh, Spear pulls Uranus back. Jernho already forced to pop the Revitalize again to make sure he is not picked off here. Blue side with the definite advantage now after taking... Oh, they haven't actually taken it. It's a little slow when it's just Gatot. But looks like they will get it eventually. In terms of scaling though, red team definitely scales better with items the longer they— Oh, 2-man pull! Right into the Searing Torrent! And Lilo is burned to death! Kai just barely gets out thanks to Purify, but what an engaged combo from the blue team. Oh, the taunt right into the flames there. The Valier Gatot combo. Very annoying to deal with. But yes, as I was saying, red team is currently 1 game up. So blue team needs to win to equalize. Spear gonna pull Jernho back, but Searing Torrent actually pushes him away. So a tiny bit of anti-synergy there, but Darkstriker is still doing a lot of damage to the Uranus. Jernho gonna pop the Revitalize. The healing stack's not quite enough. Spear of Glory pull. Oh, what a combo! It's a 2 circles of death! The Venn diagram of destruction between the King's Glory, King's Calling, and the avatar of the Guardian. That is scary. That is a very scary combination. And with that, blue team has gained quite a lead here. Nearly 1.5k gold advantage in just under 4 minutes is very impressive. And they've all hit level 4 as well, comparatively to red team, of which only Kai has actually hit level 4. See some continued poking. The flicker forward with the stun from Lilo. Almost takes out Dark Striker, but it's not quite enough. Now red team will have to disengage. Spear pulled back Jinho. That's the Uranus. He's gonna be able to heal up a good amount. Avatar the Guardian comes in. No flicker left on Lilo. But a good cancel. Kuruel not able to go for the taunt because of the interference. Gin jumps in, but the King's calling on 2 though. Lilo is just able to walk out. Spear of Glory as well. Misses. Revitalize. Pops them back up. And now Kai pops the entropy. Goes forward. But needs items. Nathan doesn't have that much damage yet. A good exchange there. But the net worth difference remains unchanged. Damn, the fact that Valir stacks and Valir and Vincitar stacks both stack on top of your head means they overlap and just create like a new logo. That's kind of interesting. Jinho still forming frontline spear. Kai didn't even know Gin was in there, but just somehow managed to dodge because he happened to walk at the right moment. That kind of shit happens quite a lot when you're playing a hook hero. The more time passes though, the tankier Jinho becomes. King Calling come out, Kai gets pulled back, cannot take the entropy, able to flicker out just in time though. And the Swan Song zones out the blue team from trying to re-engage. So a good job by the red side to keep their marksman alive, but Uranus not going to be as lucky as the spear catches him and picks him off again. So far, blue team doing a very good job. Oh, another spear! Purify, a bit too late. Entropy has to come out, but the Avatar of the Dive! 2-man taunt under the tower into the Vengeance. Kuruel going crazy! And the snipe from Dark Striker. That means tier 1 tower will go down. Oh, not quite. No minions. They'll eventually finish it, but that means Jinho can come in for the cleanup potentially. A beautiful Searing Torrent though pushes him away. He's not able to finish up the kill on Gin. And even Kuruel is still a little bit tankier than you'd want. Oh, pops the ultimate. Jinho wants it, but he's still 1v3. That is a killing spree for the blue team. And despite their low HP, oh, Lilo finds Gin. At the very least, they're able to get 1 kill in return. Kai taking the tower, a bit unfortunate. But with all of them recalling, this actually gives red team some time to work on the tower. And since they have a marksman, they almost take it out. The flicker forward from Kuruel into the Searing Torrent. Lilo can then be taken out. Unstoppable streak for Kuruel. That got taught a bit too difficult to remove from the map when red team doesn't have enough items yet. Shield Assault comes in, the stun comes out, Kuruel with the monster kill. Jinho is not as tanky as he'd like to be. This Uranus pick taking a bit too much constant DPS from the Mincitar Valir combo. Blue team 10 kills to 1. It's looking very one-sided so far, but red team still has 1 tower to try and hold on to. As long as they're able to delay the game long enough, maybe get some items, they still have a chance. But they definitely are pretty poor comparatively. Looking at the items, oh, Gin with another pull once again. Revitalize comes out. And he still gets stunned, still takes so much damage. If not for the Revitalize, he would have died multiple times over there. Uh-oh, Jinho walks into tree! Blue team were just all waiting in that bush. And that is now a mega kill for Kuruel. Despite being the tank, Kuruel actually doing the most damage. AOG comes out, nice entropy from Kai, but he's now separated. Purify to avoid the taunt. A good play, but red team isn't able to get much with its spear. Going to miss. This Valir embodying every single fear that I've ever had of having to play against that annoying hero. The amount of damage that he is outputting right now is... Oh, the spear comes in! Pulls in Jinho, looks like he's fine though, not gonna be able to commit just yet. King's Calling comes out. Spear. Oh, actually misses. Nice sidestep from Kai there. No Mincetar ult and no Vengeance. Looks like Kuruel thought it was going to be a swan song. Junho still taking a lot of damage, but that was good poke from the red team. Is it enough though? Entropy, they knew it was in there actually. A flicker out from Gin. A lot of resources forced. AOG being used by Kuruel, kind of a weird decision. And he is tanky enough that he should be okay here. Kai still doesn't quite have enough items yet. Now Junho gonna get taunted, pushed back. Spear misses. Does scout them out though. Entropy comes out. Kai going for the damage here. He's 1v2, gonna start walking back slowly. Revitalize Junho, taking a lot of damage once again. The flicker forward into the swan song from Lilo! And the spear actually ends up killing Kuruel! That's gonna be a double, it's a triple for Lilo! The counter attack from the red team takes out the entirety of blue team at the same time! And their death cooldowns are so long that in a single play, red team has countered the early game advantage and taken game number 2. Oh my god! What? That was insane! That was actually insane! Lilo will go down, but the damage is done. Blue team has won the battle, but red team has won the war. They're just looking for some vengeance now. That was actually a very good spear. Purify comes out. Vengeance as well. Hey, you guys took a jungle camp. But well, the game is over anyway. Damn, red team. Oh, the swan song comes out. Lilo will go down. Lilo is scary, man. Lilo is actually scary. Like, what the fuck? They were behind the entire game. They still had a goal disadvantage of like 2,000. And then Lilo goes for the crazy flicker stun swan song onto Darkstriker. And then picks off the rest. In fact, I think Gin kind of helped them a little bit by pulling the swan song back into Kuruel. I don't think that was supposed to happen. I want to thank Gin. Alright, y'all are gonna swap sides once again. So, now, what condition shall we play with here? Alright, let's up the ante a little bit. I am not going to put... Do I want to put... Yep, the Junho Kai Lilo team is now 2-0. Now we're gonna try... So, if it was a best of 3, it would already be over. I don't know if we'll have enough time to go for a full best of 5, depending on how long it takes, but let's just keep playing. Just to have fun with it, shall we? So here's what I'm going to do. We're gonna use the colors again. We're gonna continue using the colors, but I am going to add some rules. Now, in order to win, you have to take the mid inhibitor tower. So the mid tier 3. Right? So that's the new win condition. You have to take the mid tier 3. Everything else is the same, except you are allowed to take Lord. No turtle, but you are allowed to take a lord. So that means that if the game lasts until 8 minutes, the team that is able to take lord more easily has a good chance of winning. Right? Because tier 3 tower does have holy defense. The minions are gonna destroy side lanes too. Just ignore the side lanes. You are allowed to clear side lanes if somehow the minions if the game lasts long enough for the minions to get into your base. But that's the only time you can do so. You clear the side lanes if they're in your base. Otherwise, you just play mid. The goal is mid tier 3. You are allowed to take lord. And we will continue playing with the color condition. Let me just take out yellow though, since we've already played with that, so that we have something new. Alright, let's go. And no turtle, yeah? Only lord. Alright. Our next color is red. You all must play red heroes. Considering that the games thus far have always lasted to more than 10 minutes, it may be worth considering building a team composition that can contest Lord once it gets to that timing. And once again, remember, just stick to basic skins.
Let's go.
Alright, Airtel, not a bad ban. One of the few red marksmen there are. Having a marksman will definitely be valuable to help take out the Lord. I don't actually know how many red marksmen there are. I guess Julian does count. Julian's kind of a weird spot because he technically can count as a red and blue hero. His hair is red, but the rest of him is blue. Alright, that's definitely red. Pink would be red. Yin is definitely red. Bane is definitely red. Technically, now that you can take the Lord, you can technically take Retribution. But the only things you're allowed to use it on are Litho and Lord. And I guess your opponents. Not to mention, you get less EXP from minions in the first 5 minutes. So it's up to you to decide whether or not it is worth it to do that. But Jinho does go for the Bane, and then we see the Yin and Arlet locked in. I don't actually know what happens in spectator mode when Yin pulls someone into his ult, so that'll be interesting to see. Ooh. The Ruby Hover would certainly be pretty good there. I think, is CC red? I don't think CC is red. Bharat is red.
I might not be a lighted man, but I do
Bane,
know myself.
Bharat's Ruby. None of these are gonna be easy heroes to pick off for Yin. And then the Ballman comes out. If you can't bring Retri, Lethal Counter is probably your best bet at taking Lord, so I actually do quite like that. But now we're going to have what is effectively a full fighter competition. At this point, I don't really know if we're going for the best of 5, but blue team is currently at 2 wins. So if they're able to win another one in a row, they technically do win the best of 5. Wait, that's a skin then. Well, it's fine. The man has forgotten to change his skin, and now this screen is no longer as satisfying. Oh well, whatever.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them.
Alright, let's see how this goes. We have changed the rule set. Now the winning team is the first team to take the mid inhibitor tower. But in exchange for that, they're allowed to take a Lord, but not Turtle. Kai gonna take some good poke there. Red team already committing to a pretty hard dive. They're lucky that Lilo was not in lane yet, or that would have actually been 3 people CC'd under tower, potentially, if they went for skill 2 first. Most of the heroes in this round are pretty tanky, so we're gonna see a lot of trades. The Petrify comes out, a Flicker, Force from Kai. Everyone has flicker outside of Kuruel, who did go for the Petrify. Oop. Cyclone Sweep doing some good damage, but Gin has the flicker out there. It does look like blue team has a little bit more poke damage to work with for now. Ooh, another flicker forced. Good ooh, the crab claw cannon almost kills Kuruel with the bounce. Lucky for red team, they're able to survive that, but the poke damage is really starting to add up. They have to be careful not to stand too close behind the minion wave if they're low on HP. Uh-oh, the pull forward! First blood on Darkstriker needs the double kill from Kai! Blue team creates a lead for themselves straight away. A 1k goal lead in 2 minutes is pretty rough there. Red team seems to have greeded a little bit to stay in lane for more EXP, but it certainly cost them. There's gonna be a stun on Jinho. Cyclone Sweep doing good damage. The flicker forced out from Bane. Another Cyclone Sweep comes forward. This time Bane has no flicker. They know that for sure. So that is gonna be a kill for the red side. Very well done there. The Ballman starting to be very annoying there. That's a 3-man CC, but the Petrify combo! Darkstriker with the double kill! And red team bites back. They have evened up the net worth difference. It definitely seems like Kai is going to be the biggest threat for the red team. This Barats is going to be very difficult to kill without some solid armor penetration. Looking at the items here. So far, everyone's still working on their first. Cyclone Sweep though, Gin has very good wave clear, so he is able to deny a lot of the pushing power from blue side as long as he's healthy enough. Kai gonna be working on the Litho. Meanwhile, it's a 2v3 in the mid lane. Everyone is level 4 now, outside of Jinho and Kuruel. And Kuruel just hit level 4 as well, so it's just Jinho. Let's see if Kuruel can find a good target to pull into the Yin ult. But considering how bulky they are in general, he's gonna need to wait until they've been poked down a little bit more before he can actually commit to that. It can also be used in a strategic way of just isolating one person from the fight. If Kuruel can pull Kai into his dimension and just avoid fighting him, it might actually give Gin and Darkstriker a good chance of 2v2ing Lilo and Jinho. Oh, final slap pushes Kai in! Daytona's welcome used to escape. Deadly Catch also comes out. A very quick exchange there. Again, now the only one left to clear the minion wave. Gets pulled in with the I'm offended and taken out. Darkstriker gonna throw his body into clearing up the minions. Will actually survive as well. So well played by the red team to make sure that blue side isn't able to get more gold off of their tower. But blue side definitely has good pushing power since they do have Bane. Here they come in, the CC comes out, looks like Kuruel looking for the ult, goes in on Jinho, and looks like he does get the kill. And now Lilo in danger, has the flicker out, but Darkstriker's there, the lethal counter will miss, but that's because they're already dead. Red side coming out on top, and it looks like in spectator mode I cannot actually see what is happening inside of Yin ult, which is a little bit sad. Uh-oh, Kai is still here. It's lucky that Gin did not have lethal counter, or that would have been 100% kill. Kai gonna hold the tower for a bit. The gold shield has officially gone down, so the tower health has basically been reset. And the gold is still even. Darkstriker actually doing a lot of damage on this Arlet pick. Looks like he is going for a more damage-oriented build. Again, gonna be able to secure the litho. Oh, Cruel goes in. Oh, okay, look, I can see. How do I choose when I can see this or not? Kai taking a lot of damage, dropping low. He's on 1 HP. It does go down, and the lethal counter picks out Junho as well. Lilo just barely survives. How does the game decide when I want to look in Yin ult and I don't? That is my question. I need to go ask an observer that. While this, the flicker and the final slash missed. I'm offended. Pulls Dark Striker back in. He's just gonna commit to it. Trades his own life for Lilo, thanks to Gin's health. Guardian helmet now completed. Oh, Cruel jumps in, looks for Junho in the back line. Looks like he's gonna be able to do some damage, but the deadly catch disengages. Meanwhile, outside, Kai dropping Gin very low. Cruel and Junho both pop out at very low HP. Cruel is able to run away. Now Gin gonna try and do the same. Kai can cut him off. No, the Cyclone Eye lets him get away. Somehow, despite all of that, we have no casualties. Kai actually chasing very far. But Gin will eventually get away. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, where everything is supposed to be happening, Dark Striker and Lilo just be pushing waves. Gin gonna finally complete his first item, Cruel, with the Endless Battle. Dark Striker actually going for a tankier build with the Dominance Ice. I thought for sure he'd be going damage, but... Oh, final slash pushes Junho in. Deadly Catch comes out. He's able to flicker away as well. Cruel down to half HP. And Kai comes in from the flank. So-called teamwork pulls him forward. 2-man stun. Oh, Daytona's welcome misses. And the lethal counter finishes off Junho. Dark Striker gonna lose his life as well. Meanwhile, inside the Yin ult, it's gonna be a 1v1 duel. I think Lilo is coming out on top here. Petrify comes in, pops out under the tower. But Cruel finishes them off. The flicker forward from Kai, probably a bad idea because it gives Gin the mega kill. And he still has a minion. Sadly not for long though. Gin, the only survivor, actually just gonna throw his body in to get rid of the minion wave in advance to get some tower damage done. You can see the War Axe really starting to hurt on Junho. I think he's dead actually. Does he have lethal? He doesn't even need to use it. He just grinds him down, turns him into takoyaki. Now that we're past the 8-minute mark as well, the Lord is open. Either team can choose to go for it, and it can be a pretty solid comeback mechanic. Only one tower has fallen so far, so we will see if my decision to try and extend the game by adding the inhibitor will end up biting me in the butt, because it is almost 1 AM. What is happening? Hello Ray, we are doing a 3v3. Looks like red team is already starting a little bit on the Lord here. Kai gonna be able to scout it out. But now Lilo too far out by themselves. Final slash connects, trying to heal up, but here comes Cruel. Daytona's welcome a little bit too late. Doesn't land the stun either. Deadly Cat's gonna come out as Cruel pulls the Kai into his domain. He's low on HP, but he separates him from Junho, who Gin and Dark Striker picks off, and now it's a 1v2. Cruel has sacrificed himself to make sure that Kai is not part of this fight, and that is going to be a team white by the red team. They don't even need the Lord. They can go for some tower damage here. But it looks like they're actually gonna split up their resources. Lilo even flickers forward with the I'm offended to make sure that Dark Striker cannot get tower damage in. Arlet actually doing some respectable damage here. Again, using the jungle minions to build up War Axe stack. Deadly Catch comes out once again from Junho. You can start to really see the damage building up. Ballman doing a lot here, gets pulled back. But he is actually pretty darn tanky, and he keeps using the jungle minions to keep his War Axe stacks up. Remember, you guys are not actually supposed to kill these things, but there technically isn't a rule about just hitting them, I suppose. Cyclone Sweep, doing some poke damage. You see the dash in final slash actually cancelled here. Genho lethal countered! Smashed into dust! The monster kill for Gin! Why no Zilong for late game, Ray? Because the condition for this game is all the heroes must be red. We're using color conditions here. It just so happens to be a coincidence that almost all of them are fighters. Cruel drops low. Red team actually did respectable damage to the Lord, but now Kai is here to contest. Gin chasing Lilo down, leaving Darkstriker in the 1v1. Lord actually gets the knockup in. So-called teamwork pulls Kai back in. Darkstriker in 1v1. Gin still dueling with Lilo this whole time. Final Slash Flicker only lands on Barats. Gin is actually such a pain in the butt right now. And he keeps dashing in. He's healing up so much. Winter Crowd comes out from Genho. Daytona's welcome. Spits him away and a lethal counter on 2! Gin is a grinder right here. It's a double kill. Tier 2 is now exposed. And red team takes it. But we're not quite done yet. Remember, this is an updated rule set. They're going in on Lilo once again. Darkstriker gonna die to the tower actually. Well played from Lilo there. But just to let you know, Ray, this is a slightly updated rule set. The winning team is the one to take the tier 3. They have to take the tier 3 to win. Lilo gets pulled into the Yin ultimate, gets picked off. Excuse me. Genho needs a little bit more time before he's able to do enough damage to threaten Gin. This Ballman is just going ham all the time now. Daytona's welcome, gets to eat. CC immune, it's a 2-man stun. But Gin dropping them low, little counter! Nice flicker from Genho to get away. But yes, Ray, it's not an all-fighter 3v3, it's an all-red hero 3v3. And it is an updated rule set where the winning team is the one that takes the tier 3, but to do so, they are allowed to take the Lord. Why no Iritel? Haha, because they banned her! It's a 3v3, so they actually have access to bans. Each team is allowed to ban one hero. Looks like Lilo is gonna get some free damage in on the tier 1. Actually manages to take it out because the game decided after red team we're gonna let the minions push into your base, but Kuruel punishes Lilo, gets the kill inside the Yin. Oh, Daytona's welcome going to miss though, and that's a double kill for Kuruel. Picking off Genho and final slash, pushing Kai back into them. No more Daytonas! It's a grinder! Legendary streak for Gin! Blue team has been wiped out, and that means the inhibitor is wide open. Red team does not even need the Lord. They will take game number 3. And that is actually exactly 1 AM as well. Well, that was interesting. I thought that like the Lord would be more contested, but turns out you guys can just kill them all and win the game that way. The final pick Ballman was actually such a big issue. Damn. Good shit, good shit. Now, I must pose the question to y'all. Okay, looks like that answers my question. Y'all do want to continue. Okay, let's see. Okay, do you guys want to continue or is that it? Who is not here right now? Genho. No, he's still in match settlement. Okay. Normally we would try to end at 1 AM, but you guys seem to be having fun, so we will go for one more if everyone is up for it. If Gin team wins this one, it means that we won't be able to finish the best of 5. But let's just see. Alright. Do you guys want to keep the updated condition of going for tier 3? Or do you guys want to go back to the old rules of playing for tier 2? Tier 3, alright, so we'll keep the updated rule set. Tier 3 tower, allowed to take Lord. Now, do we want to stick with the color teaming is the question. Welcome to the Dodo crew. Thank you for the follow. IFEU? If EU? Well, I don't know how to read your name properly, but thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Hello, DJ Wise Mom. Wait, how to join? Well, I think we're locked in right now to this specific 3v3, but in the future, if you want to join, you can just come by the stream. And if we happen to want to do like a 2v2, 3v3 situation, then yeah, we'll just pull people in. Alright, so we have blue and green left. I guess we'll just stick to the color teaming. Fudge it, let's just stick to the color teaming. Since it's the last game of the night anyway, we'll just stick to the color teaming and see what color we get. Alright, is it green or blue for the final game? You guys want to go all the way, man? Fucking hell. Okay, it's blue. This game will be blue heroes. I wonder if there's any way to add like more conditions to this. But yes, you need to pick blue colored heroes for this game. And we're gonna use the same rule set. All mid. First team to take mid tier 3. No jungling except for Litho and Lord.
Your team is
the Kagura band. Y'all are too afraid of Lilo Kagura. Oh my god, you rats. That is true. Technically speaking, to Kai, if you want to go for game 5, your team would have to lose. Suyo is a pretty good ban. I guess you can kind of argue he's blue and green. Kalea is also kind of blue and green, but I guess, yeah, it's fine. Kalea is actually a very good pick here. Gives you some very good isolation options to play around. Let's see what a red team will pick up in exchange. Aha! Gord and Kadita. A lot of the ocean-based heroes are blue and green, I noticed. And just to remind everyone, since Genho forgot to do it in the previous game, remember to swap back to your basic skins, yeah? Aurora, pretty good burst.
As timeless as a glacier's
CC does have pretty good chase.
Let's hear from the crowd. Make some noise.
Yes, we are selling this game. Don't sell the game. Ooh, Mia, going for some late game here. Isn't Mia kind of a risky pickup against a CC? You know, like pretty much for sure that she's gonna go for vengeance. What did I say about basic skins, people? What did I say? Y'all like your skins too much. Well, it's fine. Skin is still blue, but you get extra stats. You get a +8, you know? I know it's not much in the grand scheme of things, but it's still something, you know? Hello, IFEU? IFEU? Hello, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the channel. I don't know how to read your name. I apologize if I slaughtered it. But yes, hello, welcome. Genho is already nearly dead. He did not go Flicker. He went Inspire. This guy's crazy. Vengeance comes out from Gin. Lilo also gonna take some good damage, but Petrify also utilized defensively. I feel you. Okay. Welcome to the stream. We're currently doing a viewer 3v3. It's a best of 5. The Gin Kuruel Dark Striker team is on 1 win. The Lilo Kai Genho team is on 2. So if red team wins this one, they do win the best of 5. But there have already been some comments in chat about selling the game. I'm hoping that that doesn't actually happen. You know, we gotta keep the sportsmanship going here. We don't want to just prolong the matches for the sake of entertainment, you know? That's what the viewers always complain about in MPL too. Genho is very dead. That is first blood to Dark Striker. We picked Mia. Of course we are selling. God damn it, y'all. I do want to still sleep, you know? At least make it a good game. And like, even if you're going to sell it, make it look like you're not selling, you know? At least do that for me, you know? Right? You guys can do that, right? Put up a convincing performance as Gin jumps into the back line. Kai flickers over the wall. Gin gonna be able to survive here. Genho probably doesn't want to take that fight. Almost lands the Moonlight Arrow, actually. Oh, Dark Striker jumps in. Doesn't have Tsunami Slam yet, but it's more than enough as Kuruel is there to follow up with the burst damage. Lilo is down. Remember when Team Secret and Niners were low-key selling Tsunami Slam onto Lilo? Damn, the instant pullback. Turns out Kalea is the better fish girl. So a good attempt from the Gord. Mystic Gush actually doing a good amount of damage to Gin there. Selling cause they banned Kagura, lol. Good stun, scout things out. Lilo doesn't have the ult just yet though. My god, that damage. That is so much damage. Lilo is still not level 4. That's gonna be the curtain call coming out. Vengeance as well. Gin somehow able to jump out of there. Genho will survive, but we are already looking at a 2,000 gold lead for the blue team. Safe to say blue is winning here since the red is selling. Yeah. It would seem that way. Oh my god, Lilo! Oh my god! This is all because they want game 5. This is all because these people want me to stream for as late as possible. Again, jumping in, curtain call, doing so much damage. Genho gonna go down here. Kai also just stuck under the tower. Oh, that's a nice flicker actually. Is he alive? Is Kai alive? Wait, Kai, no! I was trying to get level 4. Chill, don't worry, Lilo. I know. I'm aware. I'm just looking at the situation. Alright, the score is 7-0 in 5 minutes. We have a 3k gold lead. My god, that combo! The red team basically cannot walk up at all. The CC is too much. Mystic Gush to clear the minion wave. Tsunami Slam pulls Lilo back right into the frigid glacier. The Kalea Aurora combo is actually too good. And Gin is even diving Kai behind the tower. God damn. Let's see. Kai, definitely the richest one on the red team right now, but economically so far behind. The rough waves comes out, but blue team dodges most of it. Can they get a kill on Dark Striker? Mystic Gush, that's a shutdown. That's some good money coming back in. Kalea Aurora combo is busted, yup. Well, the kill score is 10-1, but it technically isn't impossible. As long as Junho is somehow able to get farm on this Mia pick. Gin is comfortable enough to basically just jump into the tower with most of the enemy team around. Ouch! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Kai is just gone! Holy! That Kalea first pick is a little too good. Rough waves, can they kill Cruel? Oh, just pops the Aurora passive! Oh my god! This is looking pretty rough for the red team. They have so little farm in comparison. Junho trying to do what they can. Oh, good stun actually! The bait play! They pick up Dark Striker. And then Junho goes down, the curtain call comes out, Kai taking a good amount of damage, but Gin not gonna be able to tank the tower for that long here. Keeps jumping around. Mystic Projectile actually connects Rough Waves though, going to miss as Gin just healing up off of the jungle camp. Oh, the shutdown on Kai! Kai is actually getting rich! Kai is getting money! Oh my god, they found him! The Kai Piercer! The reversal! Red team! Actually finding the kills they need. They've narrowed the gold gap. Kai is actually the second richest player in the game now. Lilo gonna get pulled in with the Tsunami Slam. Gonna be able to heal up with that passive. Junho is just pelting away the entire time. Stun will miss, unfortunately. And Lilo goes in with the rough waves. Dark Striker is so tanky. The Tidal Strike comes out. Dark Striker somehow still alive. That's ridiculous right there. My god, Junho is going for the full build. He went House Claws first. He's just walked up. Okay, he's got. Kai is basically the only core that the red team have to play around now. Actually has money, he actually has items. But for now, red team is still holding on to their tower. At this point, how long is it going to take for us to get to the inhibitor is my question. Mystic Projectile finds two there, getting quite deep in, but not enough damage yet on the red team to actually really do much about it. Good stun, once again. They need so many more items. Lilo actually is kind of catching up in farm though, but oh, ouch, 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 Junho is dead. Mia gonna be a tough one. Oh, Mystic Gush on 2, doing some good damage, but it's just not quite enough. Tier 1 will fall, and so will Kai. Oh, Rough Waves, Petrify, doing some good damage. The Dark Striker actually gets the kill because he went into the tower for some reason, but that is a wipeout on the red team. Blue side gonna be able to pick off the mid tier 2 now, which means that they are one tower away from taking game 4. Even the holy defense going to get spent here. Ooh, the Mia ult gets Junho out just in time. At this point, considering they have a CC, I feel like blue team actually can just go for the Lord and use it to end the game. But I don't even know if they need to. They're still sitting on a 4k gold lead here. Dark Striker gets scouted out, gets stunned, and then Junho just gets melted like he never existed. Mia a little bit too late game for the 3v3. Lilo gonna need to be careful here. Gonna find them in the bush, but it looks like they found them instead.
Team turret has been destroyed.
Yeah, alt pop, Mr. Gush doing some good damage. Purify comes out from Kuruel into the stun. The reversal from the blue team. And while all of this is happening, Gin is taking Lord solo. The rest of his team will come to help him out. And that is gonna be the very first Lord taken of the 3v3. That is gonna do some serious damage. Why is Mia being the frontliner? I would like to know the answer to that question as well. But I feel like this is one of those games where you just have to not really question what's happening. Tidal Strike with the knock-up, Tsunami Slam pulls Kai back in. Very important target, Flicker out. Just barely avoids most of the Rigid Glacier. Jurho gonna end up killing himself to the Vengeance. Mega kill over to Gin. As the Lord is now pushing down mid. Mid inhibitor is already taking some damage. Most likely this is going to be the endgame push unless red team is somehow able to stop it. But Jeremiah is just not farmed yet. The stun comes in. Lilo with the rough wave is not going to really do anything as the Lord takes out the tower. And just as fate intended, we are gonna go to a game number 5. It's almost as if it was preordained.
Red team base turret has been destroyed.
Alright then. Guess we're gonna have one last game to see who the winner of the best of 5 is going to be, guys. We did try though, yeah. I think y'all did try, but that is seriously a combo. The draft did F you up. That is for sure. The Kalea Aurora, damn. Honestly, really smart that you guys were able to figure that one out for blue heroes. Alright. So, for the final game, guys, shall we have no hero condition? Since we made it all the way until the end, shall we just open it all up? No hero condition. You can pick whoever you want, but the win con remains as the tier 3 mid. Give me one moment. Let me go to the bathroom. Free for all hero picks. Be right back. Alright. Let's go, everyone. Final game. Let's see who our best of 5 champion of the 3v3 is. For this final round, there is no condition. You can pick whatever hero you want. But the win con will still be mid tier 3. You are allowed to take Lord. No jungle outside of Lord and Litho. They're gonna reverse sweep. Maybe. Alright, guys. Let's go. Let's get started. Dodo, check in-game chat. Lilo really wants to play Kagura. Alright. Tell you guys what. Do you want to eliminate bans? But I feel like ban is kind of like an important thing though. I'll just stick with usual, just ban what you guys think is dangerous. I think it's important to use the bans when we have the bans. It is not often that we have access to 3v3. The Irritel going to be banned out by the blue side. Let's see what the red side decides to ban for the final game, and it looks like it is still the Kagura. Lilo's Kagura is too good. Oh, I keep hiccuping because of the water. Lilo's Kagura is so good that red team just doesn't want to deal with it. They have banned it the entire series. Oh. But you forget that Lilo is able to play many more heroes. And that is gonna be the Guinevere coming out. Also a hero that Lilo is capable of freestyling on. Everyone's gonna be picking like their best pocket picks for this last one. Joy has brought Gin a lot of success in previous 2v2s. And Kuruel does like Leslie quite a bit. IPU suggesting the Alpha Matilda for an auto win combo. But since the players don't actually have access to jungle, there's no guarantee that that would actually work out as well as they'd hope.
When the body suffers,
Zhenho going for the Benedetta to match up the Joy and Mobility. And Kai locking down on the CC combo with Guinevere with the Badang. Blue side already having a good amount of catch. Every single hero on their team actually is going to have some form of AoE CC. If we include Benedetta's Petrify ult combo. Lilo says, I literally cannot pick my best. And that is true, because red team is too afraid of it. I think that's technically a mark of respect. But Darkstriker pulls out the Paquito. Not exactly an option I would have thought about. But we have two very different styles of play. Blue team going for a general CC team fight setup style. And red team going for a high mobility hit and run composition. Very interesting matchup here. We have gone all 5 games for this best of 5 3v3 viewer competition tonight. And it all comes down to this one game. Will it be the Kai Zhenho Lilo team? Or will it be the Gin Darkstriker Kuruel team? Only one will be able to come out on top.
All troops deployed.
These heroes have brought much success to their respective players before. Zhenho gonna be the first one to show themselves, go for the wave clear. The Petrify comes in into the 2-man knockup with spatial migration. But Zhenho gonna be the one to take the most damage. He actually used, he went eye for an eye level 1 and used it to clear the wave, I believe. Yep, he did. Again, gonna do some good poke damage in return now. Spatial migration going to miss. Darkstriker biding his time, finding first blood on Zhenho. So red team actually secures the Litho. Badang gonna get the lock in, but not quite deep enough. Vengeance still gonna be forced by Gin though. IPU saying based on this lineup, it's going to be a... It is not a reverse sweep. So thinking that the Lilo team will still most likely come out on top. Zhenho saying the level 1 eye for an eye was a misclick. Spatial migration connects to Darkstriker, followed up with Zhenho doing some good damage. Gin comes in, doesn't have electrifying beats just yet. This is gonna be a terrifying 3v3 once we have level 4. Oh, but Darkstriker gets punished right back. The fist break connects and Paquito gets... Oh, the flame shot! Snipe! Finding Gin in the back line. Very well done there. Blue team already having a bit of a lead here. But red side does have some pretty solid late game scaling with Leslie and Joy. If they're able to wait until they have 2 or 3 items and somehow delay the game until then, they may genuinely just out DPS blue team. Junho jumps in, doesn't have it just yet. The flicker forward actually misses the fist break on Kai. So Junho will be able to dash in and get picked off by Gin. Vengeance being popped. Spatial migration will miss as well. The players getting dangerously close to level 4. And that is where absolute chaos is going to begin. Lilo, the first one to hit it. Probably one of the most dangerous people to hit it as well. If red keep positioning and wait late game, they might win. I agree with you, IPU. The question is, can they do so? Most of these games have ended right before the 3rd item mark. So we will see if red team is able to delay long enough. But now everyone is hitting level 4 except Kuruel. Gin pops the electrifying beast, chase after. Oh, the fist crack on the 2 members into Electro final blow! Petrifying on the miss, but the eye for an eye goes in. Kai gonna be picked up by Gin as Gumi finishes off the Joy. Junho chasing Darkstriker down. This is dangerous though. Does some good damage. Gets the final dash in. The Paquito is picked off. Cruel looking for him. Well, the ultimate snipe actually finished him off. Eye for an eye. Perfectly timed. Junho will survive that. So that means it's a 2-for-1 trade. And it gives Lilo some time to take some gold shield. Like Junho is going to be going for a damage build, has that Hunter Strike ready. Spatial migration, trying to predict Gin's movements. Not quite able to find it though. Four kills to 3. Kai going in. Eye for an eye popped. Encountered the electrifying beat. Spatial migration going to miss as well. Electo goes in for Kuruel. Purify comes out. Kuruel gonna get chased down though. Junho actually flickers out. And then the fist crack finishes off Darkstriker. An amazing display of mechanics from the blue team. Gin gonna try and defend tower by himself. Electrifying beast actually does good damage. Junho runs away. Lilo gets bursted down. It's a 1v3. And Gin is winning. Junho will recall back to base, but the job is done. Ultimate Snipe comes out. The shield should keep Kai alive, but will force him to recall as well. Junho is back, will commit the Benedetta ult to finish off the wave. Even tries to chase Kuruel down, but oh, the jab! Right in the face! Junho trying to overcommit for the kill on the Leslie. That means that the network lead is still very small. Only 500 gold for the blue team. Oh, the fist crack into the spatial migration! And Gin is finally stopped in his tracks. That's what IPU mentioned. Man's gotta be a little bit more cautious. There's a lot of CC on the blue team, and now they're gonna use this chance to try and take tower damage. The jab combo from Darkstriker doing some good DPS, but it's not enough. He gets picked off. Luckily for red side, the minions will die. So they'll be able to keep their tier 1 alive. But it's taking a lot of damage, and now they don't have Darkstriker to defend either. Gin may have to commit his ult. Fist break connects, fist crack comes out as well. Electrifying beast doing some good damage. Not quite enough though. Petrify comes in, Vengeance popped out, and Gin is trapped in the wall with the Violet Requiem. Another Purify forced out from Cruel as well. The Madame and Gwyn ult combo, a bit too potent, but Darkstriker comes in for the counter. The 1-2 punch finishes off Lilo. The trades are actually pretty even, but blue side still has the advantage in gold. Eye for an eye. A nice clear on the minion wave there from Jinho. Will immediately use that chance to go back and heal up and get those cooldowns sorted.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
I gotta go. Bye, staff. See you this week. Okay. Thanks for dropping by, Jechung. We'll see you around, sir. Hyper 9 to dodge some damage. Gin gonna look for a chance. Gets caught in the wall and stuck with the fist crack. He is gone. Dark Striker goes in for the counter play with the 1-2 punch, but it's not quite enough to finish off Jinho, and the ultimate snipe will be cancelled. Cruel a bit too far up there. Dark Striker gonna look to recall while he has the chance. Blue team does have a lot of wave clear though. He's gonna need to make it back to lane quick. It looks like he will do so. Gin does respawn as well. So red team should still be able to hold this for now. Facial migration gonna connect with Dark Striker right into Electro Final Blow. Petrify combo. Dark Striker is gone and Gin dropping low. Vengeance a bit too late. Fist crack finishes him off. That's a double kill. But Jinho will be traded in return. That means Kuruel is in a 1v2 though. And I don't think he quite has the farm needed just yet. He has his Berserkers completed, but it's not enough damage in a 1v2 situation. He's gonna have to sacrifice that tier 1. He's still got 2 towers to hold on to though. Red team, their goal is still to try and keep the game prolonged to get their third item, Power Spike. That is where they are going to be the most dangerous. But now that 8 minutes have passed, the Lord is actually open. And blue team have much more control over the map to maybe go for it. The only consolation is they don't really have good Lord taking heroes. So that's something they can play around. Facial migration, going to miss. Electrifying beams comes in. Blue team is adamant at keeping red team here as much as possible. I don't really think oh, Spatial Migration, Violet Requiem, Dark Striker gets caught up once again. Gin gonna try and go for the dive, but does not have his ultimate. So there's not much he can do there. And Kai is just standing in front. This Badang's getting tankier. The wall comes out, Electrifying Beast, Petrify counters it, but Vengeance keeps Gin alive. Ultimate Snipe comes in like the final blow, but the tower sets up for Kuruel, and red team actually wins the 2v3. Things are definitely not fully comfortable for blue team just yet. The more damage the red team builds up, the stronger they're going to be, and it looks like Gin is going to be skipping past that usual second item to go straight for the Holy Crystal to get that Joy Power Spike up as fast as possible. Kai is going for full tank build, as is expected of our resident roam main. Is going to be the main front line for his team. This is a very interesting screen right now. I think by now red team is aware of the fact that blue team is trying to take the Lord. Kai gonna try and zone out Dark Striker. Electro Final Blow by Jinho to try and secure it. But Gin has been hiding in that bush the entire time. He's not able to steal it though. He was waiting so long. Blue team had no idea he was in there. Now he might be in some danger. The action has shifted to the top lane. Electrifying Beast should get him out though. It looks like Dark Striker will survive as well. They need to wait for Leslie and Joy's Power Spike? Yup, definitely. What is this one now? This is free for all. It's the final game of the best of 5, Ray, so I let them pick whatever they wanted. Blue team does have the Lord though, and it's pushing down bot lane. I may have neglected to think about that, but Electro Final Blow comes out, Petrify gonna be purified by Kuruel, and a snipe back. Red team gonna need to defend the Lord in the bot lane. That's a little bit awkward. I didn't think about the fact that the Lord could go down different lanes. I realized that's what you guys probably meant by having side lanes pushing. Dark Striker gonna end up getting ganked while defending mid lane by himself. But Gin is here, wall comes out, electrifying beats committed, chasing Lilo down, Winter Crown gonna be used, Vengeance popped as well, but Gin gets the reversal. And now things are looking a little dicey actually. The game has lasted long enough that red team is actually starting to reach their third item power spike. And that means that their late game, their mid to late game scaling is starting to kick in. Kuruel especially is gonna start hitting quite hard. Gin gonna look for it. Electrifying Beats comes out. A nice dash over the wall from Jinho, but the Electro Final Blow has to be committed as well as the fist break. Oh, and a chase down from Gin following the ultimate snipe. Blue team has had the advantage this entire time. But red team is starting to bite back. The problem is the side lanes are unfortunately not really favoring though. So they're gonna have to spend some extra resources to make sure that those are also taken care of. Not to mention already missing out on their towers in the mid lane. Again, gonna get scouted out by Kai. But Kai now a little far forward. Dark Striker tries to commit. 1-2 combo. Flickers backwards to avoid the spatial migration. A good call. This is actually still anyone's game. Fist break will connect. Electrifying Beat is gonna be used. Spatial migration into the combo, and Dark Striker is gone, and now Kuruel is too far out. That's a shutdown from Kai as well. The inhibitor mid is now exposed. Gin gonna get knocked up. Pumps the Vengeance. He's in a 1v3 situation. Gonna get CC'd forever. And despite their best efforts, that is going to be a team wipe from the blue side. They will take the inhibitor. Honestly, they can even take the base at this point. And that means that the winners of our 3v3 best of 5 goes over to the Lilo Kai Jinho team.
Victory!
Next time I need to ask you guys to come up with team names. But yes, well played. Well played, everyone. Unfortunately, the thing is with these games is that the later it goes, the more the variable of the side lane becomes a threat. So I feel like we might have to stick with the tier 2 mid, you know, because having to deal with side lanes was kind of an additional handicap on the red team. But good shit, yo. I just realized why can't we brawl 3v3. Cancel alt failed. Well, it was a good attempt. It honestly was a good attempt. Y'all did pretty good. But yeah, nice. With that, we officially conclude our things. Our tournament tonight. Good shit. I am tired. It's almost 2 AM. Blue, Sarawak with the Giants. Red, Team Liquid Malaysia, lol. Thanks Dodo for the Lord thingy, now I hate it. What is the prize pool? Glory. Just honor and bragging rights. But it's all in good fun anyway. In the end, it's not the most official competition since there are a lot of variables that can't be properly managed. But yeah, you know, I think it was a good time. Hope y'all had a good time. I think that is a good place for us to. Well, not really even a good place. We kind of have to end the stream after that. Gin team actually played well. Yeah, they tried. They did a good shit. We should do 3 lanes next time. How am I supposed to cast 3 lanes? It's just 3 lanes of 1v1s, basically. Me and Lilo nearly had an all blue build. You are right, actually. Three lanes plus turtle. You guys are just gonna extend this until I eventually have to cast an actual game. But alright, GG's everyone. Good shit. I hope you guys had a good time. Oh, the Naruto thing is already here, damn. Alright, let me close my game. And we can go ahead and close off the stream for today, everyone. Yeah. Alright. Nyom 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 nyom. Do you guys know what character that nyom nyom emote is? By the way, it's been exactly 730 days since Season 11 Grand Finals. That's a very oddly specific number. Like, why? 2 years? I guess. Tomorrow you streaming again? My usual stream schedule is Tuesday and Thursday night. But for the duration of MPL MY, I might need to consider switching the Tuesday stream because we have weekly MPL meetings Tuesday night. That's why I started the stream late today. So if we don't want that to happen all the way throughout MPL, we're gonna need to switch our Tuesday stream to another day. I would think that Monday probably makes the most sense because that way I can actually do things right after the week is over for MPL. So maybe for the duration of MPL we do Monday and Thursday streams? What do you guys think? You guys think that's good? I remember, was it Kuruel? I think Kuruel said that Monday might be a bit tricky. But like that would basically be the only other day I have because like Friday, Saturday, Sunday is not consistent since I might be casting MPL. And then Wednesday would just mean that I stream Wednesday, Thursday every week, which is a bit weird. If Monday I mean we don't have to change the Thursday stream. The Thursday stream is perfectly fine. Excuse me. Excuse me. Ooh. SRG versus Homeboys Grand Final. It would be interesting if that's what happened. But I'm not sure. Like, Homeboys was really good this week. That's for sure. But are they good enough to be top 2 material? That is the question. Begin says SRG versus Todak or MV. Yatri is actually so good at Rome. I haven't been I don't watch MAL, so like, I actually have no idea. But if you say so, that seems like that means it's actually pretty notable. OB over all MPL. Yeah, they are. They're definitely one extreme of the MPL teams. But yeah, all good. We don't have to decide just yet. We still have our Thursday stream to decide like when our first stream of next week is going to be. But I feel like it will most likely be on Monday. Because like, I think that's really the only viable, consistent day we can stream on. Plus, if I do my streams on Monday, then that means that after week 4 and week 6, I can literally do my power ranking the day after that week of MPL ends. So yeah, I'll probably shift it to Monday for next week. So starting next week, we'll do Monday and Thursday streams until the regular season is over, probably. Based on performance right now, might be Grand Finals, SRG versus Homeboys or SRG versus MV. I do feel like Todak needs to be considered still. But yeah, I think the most likely teams we will see are either MV, HB, Todak, or Vamos, I guess, if they're able to like pick up the pace somehow. But things are not looking the best for them. Monday would work? Yeah, I hope so. I don't really think I have any other time. Unless you guys are okay with me just starting stream late on Tuesday. But I do think it would be best for me to stream on Monday so that I can do power rankings as soon as possible anyway. So, yeah. Before you end stream, can you do week 3 prediction? I usually do my predictions a little closer to the end of the week. Because, like, I have recently been posting them. Hold on. Like, on my TikTok, I posted my predictions for week 2 right here. So I will be posting one of these for week 3 as well. Probably around Thursday or Friday morning. Sometime around there. But I guess I can try doing, like, very simple predictions. Like, let's see. Week 3, Obi versus Arrow. I'm glad I'm not casting that one. I am really glad I'm not casting that one. That is gonna be so hard to watch. It might be 2-1 Arrow. I feel like Arrow, if they don't improve, might actually drop a game to OB, but OB just doesn't seem very good. So I'll say like 2-1 Arrow. Vamos, I'll actually say 2-1 for Vamos because I feel like DX might be able to take one from them. Then we have Homeboys Ray. I'll give Homeboys 2-0. I think Homeboys are popping off. SRG Todak, probably 2-0, but I'm crossing my fingers that Todak take one game. JP Niners versus MV should be a 2-0 for MV. DXS versus Arrow. I'm actually gonna give it to DXS. I'll give them 2-0 actually. I think DXS can beat Arrow. OB versus JP Niners. Honestly, should be 2-0 JP as long as they stop throwing the draft. I honestly think that JP Niners have the potential to be stronger than Arrow if they just play the game properly. Like Fudge. Todak ain't raking one game from SRG. Yeah, I hope that they are good, you know, because I want a team to at least put up a fight. But after MV lost to them in the clean sweep, I don't know. I do think that JP can 2-0 OV. And then Vamos versus MV might actually be kind of close. I'll do 2-1 for MV. Because I think they're a bit more solid overall. So yeah, that would be like my rough predictions. I'll post a graphic of it like when we're getting close to the start of next week. And then tomorrow I will post like my power ranking graphic, like this one that we just did earlier, so you guys can go check that out. Please do go like and comment on it. Always appreciate you guys. I do appreciate you guys. Like I've been seeing you guys like drop likes and comments on my recent videos and posts and stuff, which helps, you know, that helps a lot. And it's nice to see that I am getting some pretty solid viewership. Hehe. But yeah, alright. I'm gonna try it out on MPL MY guess and drop 1,000 guess coins. Wow. I mean, if you can get it, you know, you'd be rich. You'd hit it big in an instant. I remember back in season 9, people called Orange versus Geek the L Clown Sicko. Now it's OB versus JP. Gotta find that meme in FB forum. Damn. Okay. But yeah, alright, so it is nearly 2 AM, guys. I think that is a good time for us to close out the stream for today. I'm kind of surprised you guys have stayed online this long as well. Don't some of y'all have school tomorrow? But thank you very much, everyone, for coming by. I'm happy that you guys enjoyed your best of 5 3v3. Not often we're able to get enough people for all that, but it's good. Good shit. Hope you guys had a good time. I really hope no one was offended during our custom matches. I hope so as well. We don't want any toxicity around here, you know? We're all fellow dodos, you know? This is the Dodo channel. We are one big I feel like saying one big family is cliche. We are all one big flock of dodos, you know? Dodos together strong. But yeah, so as per usual, our next stream will be on Thursday. Keep an eye out on my socials, because tomorrow I will be posting our power ranking. And then I did record a vlog for week 2 as well. Yeah, I did record a vlog for week 2, so I will probably try and edit that and have that posted. Will I be able to edit and post it tomorrow? I casted 2 days this week. I have 2 days worth of vlog. I kind of don't know if I'll be able to posted by tomorrow, but I'll try. So yeah, I probably won't keep doing vlogs every single weekend. I think I'll take a break from vlogging next week, you know, because I've already done vlog 2 weeks in a row. But yeah. All right. Anyways, with that, we are strong like a wall. All right. Anyways, once again, thank you very much everyone for dropping by today. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Next stream will be on Thursday. Make sure you guys drop a like, follow, subscribe on all my socials. I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube. I also have Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and the Discord servers. You guys can feel free to join that if you guys want to keep up with the community and know what is going on. Always appreciate the support. I'm happy that everyone has been enjoying the content that I've been working hard to put out recently. You know, I've been definitely trying to work hard as much as I can this particular season to see how far I can push myself as a caster. And it's nice to see that y'all have been appreciating it, not just here on stream, but everyone online on the FB group and everything as well. Do continue to show your support if you guys can. Always appreciate it. And yeah, hope you guys have a good night. Make sure you guys have a good night. Let me pull Dodo over. And we can close out the stream. Alright everyone, thanks for coming once again. Have a good rest and I will see you guys on the next stream. Bye bye everyone. Good night. 2 AM hit mark. Normally we finish at 1 AM. This is an exception. I hope this is not the norm. I just like upended an extra hour because I started later and you guys wanted to go to the full 5v5 3v3 best of 5. But yes. Alright everyone, have a good night. I'll see you guys on the next stream. Thanks for coming by. Bye-bye.